other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being with us. If I look like the sun right now because I'm wearing a big yellow jersey and Bubba is walking past us in his red jersey and Greg's sitting there in his black jersey, it's because it's Jersey Day here on the Rick and Bubba Show, like we're in high school. But hey, you know what? We're all fired up and ready to go, and we're wearing some very large jerseys. Don't know why they were so big, but let's bring in Mr. Greg Burgess.
I think I was even I wasn't like. Was I?
No.
I don't remember why I had such a big shirt.
These are the Rick and Bubba softball jerseys, if you cannot see. The classic buttoned up in the front. It's got Rick and Bubba Show on the front, on the back, our names and numbers, all that. And they're large. Let me tell you, they are large. I mean, coming down to my elbow, if I stood up right now, the jersey would touch the top of my knees.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and so we welcome everybody in. And can I just start something for you, Greg, and just kind of just start it this way? Do you mind, Greg?
I don't mind.
All right.
Look what happened. Is this crazy? I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Wow. In a blowout.
Nobody sitting.
In a blowout.
In a blowout. You and I have both had similar strategies last night as we were watching the results come in. And we'll I know a lot of you have similar stories yourself that we did when it came to the polling places and stuff. Greg, you kind of live in an area where it's never really overpopulated and packed out in rural Alabama, but was it more at the polls
Not
than you
where
normally?
I was, but everywhere else. And the people, they said earlier where I went, first of all, I go to my voting place and no one's there. It's shut down. Where I normally vote.
Are you serious?
Yes. I was like,
did you not get the memo?
No. I go and nobody's there. So I call Lisa and I go, did we get something?
Uh-huh.
And she goes, anyway, she got online and she goes, they've moved it just right down the road from where I was.
Okay.
So when I got there, I just walked right in, walked right out.
Okay.
But I had talked to some people earlier that were there working. They said, this morning it was backed out.
Okay.
And then there's another area in the middle of Webster's Chapel, which is, it's really rural.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, for some reason, Chandler and Riley, even though they live right by me, I had one place and they had another.
Mm-hmm.
And Riley tried to go by. He sent me a picture because he had to go to basketball practice. He was on his way, and he said, I'm going to have to come after practice. He said,
Can't do it.
I mean, these people are backed out in the road.
Yeah. Well, similar story in Helena, Alabama, where we live. I had never, and I've been there a minute, I have never stood in line to vote. I've always just, no matter what, even in 2016, I've just walked right in. And Terry got a text from a friend of hers, Connie. I'm going to call you out. She said, because we had heard stories, Tyler and Mabry moved and stuff, but you know how sometimes if you just have moved and you haven't changed your polling place, you got to come back to where you were and all that. I think that needs to be adjusted. That's another story. But he had already sent us pictures of the line trying to even get not just in the building, but parked. I mean, there were streets where, and this is all over the country.
Riley, he couldn't find a parking
spot. And we were hoping that was a good sign. Turned out to be. And so we had heard that it was bad. Some of the neighbors were texting, "Hey, wow, it took me an hour." And we're like, "What?" Well, Terry got a text from one of her friends that said, "No wait, just went, no line," is what the. So she's like, "Let's go." Reese was in town after school, and so he was going to vote and then head back to Huntsville. And so he was with. So hey, let's go. We get there. And
things have changed.
There's things. There's a line that snakes through the church. I mean, through halls. and rooms.
Evidently, a lot of people called. People said it was open.
Yeah, and so we stood in line for about 45 minutes, I guess. Got to see a lot of people I hadn't seen in a long time.
Yeah, I ran into some friends of mine.
And we thought, hey, this is possibly a good sign.
Yeah.
But let's just be honest. It was in the state of Alabama.
And we were hoping, but even for the state of Alabama, more people wanted to come out.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like you. I was hoping with the states that it really matters.
Right.
I hope it's the same attitude, and it seemed to be.
So we
record numbers.
We get home, get busy with the afternoon, and Terry and I both looked at each other and said, we're gonna have to do something to kill time and get distracted. We cannot sit down and watch election coverage because we're just gonna get frustrated. They don't know.
I know.
You know,
they start speculating, and then
so we get busy around the house, start doing things, go for a walk, whatever. It gets to about 8:30, I guess. I said, this is it. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to bed. And I turned on prior to that the reveal show for the playoffs, and then I watched some Gunsmoke on purpose.
There you go.
Went to sleep, woke up to use the bathroom about 11, and Terry's sitting in there on the couch just staring at the TV. And I leaned in. I said, hey, what's going on? And at the time, they weren't too sure. And I'm thinking, well, man, I get up so I'm getting up at 3. I'll know. What the latest is. And so wake up, and then I see he's at 277. So you need 270 electoral votes to win the presidency. And right now he is at 277. Kamala is at 226, according to Fox News, AP, Yahoo, New York Times, and the whole list. And so he's already made an acceptance speech. We just played that. Kamala, her campaign manager came out and said you will not hear from her tonight, but you will tomorrow. So, and I know all of you are probably like us. It's hard to believe. Okay, are y'all serious? Because the last time that they found a way to win.
It looks like this one. And we talked about this. Coming up to the election, it needed to be a blowout.
Yeah.
If not, then it'll be fought in court and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But I was similar to you. I went. We put it on for a second, and I was like, you know what? There's no reason for me to stay up all night. And so you're going to think I'm making this up, but I'm not. I watched 1,000 Pound Sisters. So me and Lisa watched it, and it was funny. It was a good one. And I went to bed.
Yeah.
And she was still up, but then she came to bed not long after that. Well, this morning at about 2:15 when my clock goes off, and, she's over, it's dark, I'm trying to be quiet, and all of a sudden I see that her phone light up.
Yeah.
And she looked at me. She goes, he has won. I said, what? She goes, they said what everything's showing that he is going to win. And I said, you've got to be kidding me. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
So
it's hard to believe, isn't it? But this is kind of.
And of course, now she's wide awake. So I leave at 2:30. She's just wide awake.
Just staring there.
Yeah.
So right now, he is at right at 71 million votes. She's at 66.5 million. So he's got the popular vote as well.
So they can't use that argument.
There's 4 states that haven't been called: Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. Again, he's at 277. If those are called for Trump, and he's leading in all of those, there's a chance he could get to 312.
Wow.
And it's just a blowout. Michigan, and everybody's like, okay, what's up with Michigan? They've got about almost 96% in.
Yeah.
And he has got 50% of the vote. She's got 48%. I think he's ahead by around 115,000 votes right now. Arizona, they are about 60% in. It's too close to call there. He is ahead 51, almost 52% to her 47%. In Nevada, very similar. They've got 84.1% in, though, and he's at 51.5%. She's at 46.5%, so a big lead there as well. And in Alaska, hey, let's just call this. They have got 73% in, and he's almost at 56%. She's at 40%. That needs to go ahead. They need to go ahead and call that. But they're talking about the fact that if you're waking up and listening to us and it's the 6th, that Michigan should be called by lunch if they're doing it right. And so we'll see how that plays out. But there's a chance to get to 312. And on top of this, we pick up seats in the Senate and get the Senate back, and then the big pickups in the House too. I think the House totals won't be known for a while. But there is a chance that we get all three.
Well, then let's see what you can do.
Yeah, it's
no
time.
Excuse.
And the Republicans in their acceptance speeches have already said it's time and we're going to work. Because, you will be graded in 2 years. Y'all, you ran on change, and so let's go.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
They made the point, and I really never thought about it. You see, she got New Jersey.
Yes.
But they didn't call it till on my way to work. And they say the fact that it took that long, because that state's normally Democrat wash from the get-go.
Right.
But they said the fact that they're just now declaring it tells you that things have changed.
Yeah, and
even though she won it, it was way closer, and it's never been even close.
She got 51%. He got 46.5%. And New York, even she underperformed there. She got 55% in New York, and they called it for Harris. And Trump got almost 45%. And she underperformed tremendously, and he overperformed in New York. But as of right now, if you're waking up or getting your day started, your Fox Newses and your Newsmaxes, if they go ahead and project the winner, you go, okay, I don't know about this, though. But if the AP has projected the winner, if Yahoo has projected the winner, it's pretty much a done deal. But I'm like y'all. I know. You get scared. It's like watching your team.
I know.
And you
don't
like,
want to spook it.
No. Being a Mississippi State fan, for instance, we could be up by 20 in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes left, and I'm still worried we might give it up.
It ain't over.
Yeah. But
I get it. I'm ready for it to all be official. But it looks like the popular vote and the Electoral College, so they don't have an argument.
Right.
When Hillary did win the popular vote, so that's all we heard.
Yeah.
And talk about how the Electoral College was wrong, which it's not.
Right.
Our founding fathers were pretty smart with
Sure.
it. But
and we were praying for a blowout, right? So this couldn't be contested.
And that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, cbdistillery.com code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard Outdoor Protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
I can't start another day without
Thank you so much. 23 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We appreciate you tuning in, watching, listening, however we got you. Thank you so much. That was Trump's voice. He has been projected the winner, and not even close, really. A blowout. We've discussed that. The electoral votes are at 277 for him, 226 for Harris, and it's not even over yet. There's 4 states left to go ahead and be projected as winning or losing the state, depending on who you voted for. They have not called Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, or Alaska, but Trump is ahead in all of those states. If he holds those states, then he could get to 312 electoral votes. So it's, like I said, not over. Greg is currently in the break searching celebrities that declared they were leaving the U.S. if Trump won.
Yeah, I'm having trouble. A lot of that keeps it going back to 2016, but then they're the same ones. But here is some reactions of our celebrities.
Okay.
Cardi B, who we saw the other night.
Yeah.
Now, she posted a photograph on Instagram and writing in her wonderful way of communicating, "I hate y'all bad." Earlier in the night, now she has since deleted.
Hate y'all bad?
I hate y'all bad.
Okay.
Whatever that means. Listen, early, I think she took this one down, but said, "This is why some of y'all states be getting hurricanes."
What?
Be getting hurricane. Good.
Dude,
hey,
what?
First of all, great grammar.
Are you serious? Hey, I got a little something for her.
You are so stupid.
That's why some of y'all states be getting hurricanes. That sounded good.
You are so stupid.
Yeah.
You don't know anything.
Good. No.
Could there be a dumber statement?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm looking.
All right. So, well, Greg, you want to know why you're having a tough time? Because they've declared they're leaving so many times, but they're
Yeah.
still here.
Yeah,
It's tough because you'll search 2024 election, but it'll kick you back to 2016 and 2020.
And then you got your Miley Cyrus's. She was one that said she would leave.
Yeah, but the 2016 they all declared. Then in 2020 they all declared they were going to leave again if Trump won.
Yeah.
And of course he didn't, or did he? And then this year, 2024. Trump made this acceptance speech that we played at top of the hour, but in case you missed it, this was late, or actually 2:50 a.m. Eastern time. Take a listen.
What happened? Is this crazy? I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So
now Snopes is saying you said Taylor Swift and Miley Cyrus said they will leave if Donald Trump was reelected, but they say that's false.
Okay.
I don't
know. We stayed true, the two of us, on what we said we'd do yesterday. And that is that we would do our civic duty and we would go vote,
right.
and then we would come home and we would get into other things and go to bed and not stay up and be worn out because we'd just getting lost in election coverage when they wouldn't know and they would just be projecting things and not really truly knowing or being official with anything. And so we wake up as early as we do, and then by then, like we just saw, that was 1:50 a.m. Central that he finally made an acceptance speech. We were waking up shortly after.
Oh yeah,
that.
Wasn't long at all.
So I think we made the right call. I mean, we didn't get. I'm sitting here looking at my app to see how much sleep I had. I know you hate that. I got 5:24. A little over, almost 5.5 hours.
Not bad. I got into bed. It was by getting close to 9.
Yeah.
I had to watch, finish some episode of the 1,000-Pound Sisters, but
yeah,
I missed maybe the last segment of it.
Dadgummit.
I mean, crap.
Dang it. All right, so there you go. So we will continue to talk about this all day long. Take your phone calls, your social media tags. We've seen it all, and we were looking at the lines around the country before the show was over yesterday. People were sending us pictures, people standing in the rain, in like severe weather in the Midwest. It was snowing in places, and people were out there standing in it.
Turnout was something to say.
It was something different, and you and I mentioned it during the first segment. It was something. There were just things that I hadn't experienced before. And I know other elections, they're like, oh, this is the most important election of your life. But this one felt different.
It did.
This one felt different. And I think there were a lot of new voters, a lot of first-time voters, people that sometimes just go, yeah, whatever. But the economy and the pocketbook and the grocery store, those things you can't like – lie. You can't lie about that. That's real. People feel that, and they just felt a certain thing about just where we are as a country that just made people get out and vote. It just felt different.
And I think they didn't like when they were weaponizing and using charging with all this. I mean, I think people got to a point where they're going, now this just isn't American.
That's right. Yeah. So we'll pick this back up at top of the hour when the main show starts, and. Again, 277 in the electoral college is where Trump is right now. He's been projected the winner by multiple media sources, including the AP. And we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We have hit the election pretty heavily for the first 30 minutes of the show. We'll pick that back up at top of the hour when Rick and Bubba join in. But Trump projected to be the 47th president of the United States. He's at 277 electoral votes right now, and it is looking like a blowout. And I'm not mojo anything. That's just what it is. I'm not bragging or anything like that. That's just what it is. Michigan, too close to call. Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. Those are the only four that have not been called yet, but Trump leading in all of those. He has a chance to get to 312. It looks like we've improved seats in the Senate, and then in the House, that'll take a little bit more time. So last night, I did get a notification on my phone when we got in from a little walk last night that the college football playoff rankings reveal was about to come on ESPN.
You fired up.
And so I quickly tuned over to it, and Reese Davis was hosting. And the first top 25 rankings of the 2024 season have arrived for the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. And they released that last night. And it was kind of interesting because I'm kind of like y'all. I really was. I was just kind of messing with y'all yesterday. It's like, okay, why are we doing this? I mean, are we wasting our time because we don't know what it's going to end or whatever? But it was a little bit more than that. It was a little bit more of all right, here's the percentages of them making the top 12 if they lose or if they win out. And it was all about the numbers last night. But the top 25 in order were Oregon at 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia at 3, Miami, Florida at 4, Texas 5, Penn State is at 6, Tennessee 7, Indiana sitting there undefeated at 8, BYU undefeated 9, Notre Dame at 10, Alabama at 11, and Boise State at 12. The first two out is SMU at 13, Texas A&M at 14. Then you have LSU, Ole Miss, Iowa State, Pitt, Kansas State, Colorado, Washington State, Louisville, Clemson, Missouri, and Army. If it ended today, the number 12 and the number 5 would play in the first round. That means Boise State would play at Ohio State.
Yeah.
The winner would play BYU in the quarterfinals. If it ended today, Indiana would play at Tennessee, and that winner would play Oregon in the quarterfinals. If it ended today, Alabama would play at Texas, and the winner would play at Miami, or in the quarterfinals would play Miami. And then if it ended today, Notre Dame would play at Penn State, and the winner would play Georgia in the quarterfinals. And so that's kind of the first reveal on if it ended today.
Yeah.
And thought it was kind of interesting, too. They did strength of schedule. How about Georgia has the number 1 strength of schedule ranking in the country, the hardest schedule.
Yeah.
What's hurting Indiana a little bit, they talked about they have the 103rd hardest schedule.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there you go. That's kind of the first reveal. And so now every Tuesday it'll be updated. So you have like Alabama and LSU playing this weekend. College game day is going to be there. It's the big 6:30 p.m. ABC game. So if Alabama beats LSU, they're obviously going to improve some from 11. And then Ole Miss hosts Georgia. If Ole Miss was to upset Georgia, you could see a change there too.
Well, we were kind of having fun cutting up about it, going, well, I mean, it's going to be the highest-ranked conference champion. This is no different than any other poll.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even in other polls, you're doing the same thing. You're going on what we know today. This is who we think the best team is, and this is who with the second best, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
This is no different. We're going what we know today. I think this will be your conference champion. We'll put him here. I think, you know what I'm saying? It's we were cutting up about it, but, I mean, it's just like, they're saying, well, this poll's stupid. Well, it's just like any other. When we had the 4 team.
Mm-hmm.
Again, these are the 4 teams today that we think are going. But guess what? That can change.
It could change. Kind of like what you're talking about. Like Oregon and Ohio State both can't win the Big Ten. but they go by the rankings right now to just go, okay, let's project what we think is going to happen. So they have Oregon winning it.
Because we think right now they're the better of the two.
They have Miami winning the ACC and getting a bye. They've got Georgia winning the SEC and getting a bye, and they have BYU winning the Big 12 and getting a bye.
Yeah.
One thing I did notice from this is it does look like only one Big 12 team is going to get in. Just from the numbers and the percentages, just the way it looks.
Spots, yeah.
The winner of the conference is going to get in, but that's about it. Now that could change, of course, but they were even talking about Georgia's sitting here and they're the stud and look at them but man, they lose at Ole Miss this coming weekend and things play out a little differently the rest of the year. And they all of a sudden they're out of it. Yeah. It just depends. I mean, I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying, you just really truly never know. Because they still have to go to Ole Miss, Georgia does, and they host Tennessee.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's pretty tough games right there, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. They could lose both of them or neither, but still.
But then you have other teams that if they win out, the projection is extremely. You look at Indiana. They even had Indiana possibly making it if they lost to Ohio State.
Wow.
Or to Michigan, So
I want to depend on how bad they lost to them.
And they did say that because these were all these percentages were number based, and the spokesperson for the committee is the Michigan athletic director, and Reese Davis interviewed him.
Who died and left him boss?
Yeah, and I thought Reese Davis had a really good point. Let's say that you're in the top 12, but you don't make the conference championship game. Well, how's it fair to the conference championship game opponents if they lose or they've had to play one more game? How bad does that hurt them or whatever? And he said they will take into account the fact they did have to play an extra game, but it's also going to how did they look? Did they get blown away and look terrible?
That isn't really fair. To be honest, if you're going to do this, you probably need to do away with the conference championship game and just go back to the way it used to be.
Right, but then the first four get a bye for winning the conference championship game.
Well, but you can still win the conference. You just don't have a championship game.
Yeah,
just do it like we used to
do it, just regular season winner. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. But it's the scenarios have begun now with percentages on. Okay, does a 2-loss team from the SEC that does this and that does that? All the scenarios. It's endless. It's endless as far as the scenarios go.
A lot of things can happen. But people were going, the new playoff system's going to make the regular season meaningless. Well, it's really not. It's still. Right. I mean, you got some games that you got to win. And I mean, it's actually, I think, makes it better.
Yeah. We'll see how that plays out. But that was the first reveal last night, and so now at least we know where they stand, and we know the top 12 and what that looks like. That top 12 could shift a little bit. But it was a little insight as to what the committee was thinking, how they got to the conclusion of this first reveal poll, and then what the first round looks like if it ended today, then the quarterfinals and what that looks like. I do think it's going to be kind of neat that in the first round it's going to be home. The highest seed gets the home game.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's just going to bring, I think, a different level of excitement.
Sure. Having it on campus.
Yeah. It's kind of. I mean, just think about
it. That's true. That's the true playoff format.
Yeah,
that's the way all playoff leagues that have playoffs. That's how they do it.
Yeah, I mean, think about Alabama going to Texas in the first round. Think about Indiana going to Tennessee, awesome. Boise going to Ohio State, or Notre Dame going into Penn State in that first round if it ended today.
Yeah,
that just kind of even if you weren't rooting for that team, I'm watching. You know,
and like I say, everybody's got a shot.
Yeah,
so, I mean, but a lot of times by this time of the year, people are out. We're done. We lost 2 games. We're done.
That's right.
Well, it's not like that, right?
No, you're all over that. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. So that's just a quick update. If you were all into the political world or you didn't get to see the college football playoff rankings that were revealed last night, that's kind of the way it looks. Oregon opens up at number 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Miami 4, and we'll see how that plays out. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
Slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, 11 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show brought to you by Tax Network USA. We've asked the team at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown everybody's talking about, and their advice was plain and simple. If you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS because you're not going to win. You need Tax Network USA and their attorneys and their expert negotiators to employ aggressive strategies on your behalf to settle with the IRS quickly and in your favor. So check them out right now, tnusa.com/bigvox. tnusa.com/bigvox. BIGV as in voice OX. You can call them too, 1-800-780-8888, 1-800-780-8888. It's free. It's confidential. Just call them right now and see what they can do for you. That call is not going to hurt you. It could only help you. It's confidential and it's straightforward. So talk with one of their strategists and see how they can help you. Imagine how much better you're going to feel if that is resolved. All right, so don't forget to, by the way, rickandbubba.com under sponsors button is where to go. So we've hit a lot of things. We've talked about the election, the latest on that, the college football playoff. Committee revealed their top 25 and then the top 12 and how it would end today. If it ended today, they projected the highest ranked in each conference winning that conference. That's how they got the bye to the quarterfinals. All of that's been discussed. We have been searching for celebrities that claimed if Trump won, they would leave the country. It keeps kicking us back to 2016. And so it did put some rumors to Taylor Swift didn't say that, right?
No, according to Snopes, that's not true.
Swifties got swept, it looks like.
Yeah, they did. I don't guess it made much difference.
No.
And Cardi B couldn't pull it out either.
No.
And Beyonce. I guess celebrities endorsing it really doesn't matter.
So did Cardi B, when she said stuff about hurricanes, was she talking about Florida? Because, they voted down they had
I'm not sure what Cardi meant, but she be saying something about getting hurricanes.
I think they had an abortion amendment in there that they voted down and some other things. I know that Joy Reid with MSNBC said it was a state of fascists.
Okay.
And that's what we're all going to have to weather. Just so you know, if you voted for Trump and you're conservative in your belief and you're wanting change, we're going to have to withstand a little bit of everything's our fault. We're racist, fascist for voting the way we did. It's not going to be that Kamala ran a bad campaign and was a bad candidate and they pushed her through and kicked Biden out. It's not going to be that because it can't be their fault. It's going to be Trump bad, people that voted for him bad. But, hey, look, we'll take it.
But now, in a different angle here, Mark Cuban.
Okay.
Mark Cuban was a big Harris
Rachel
supporter.
Maddow or Mark Cuban?
They look alike.
Yeah.
But Mark Cuban actually has come out and concedes President-elect Trump, and his statement was, "You won fair and square."
Okay.
And then he congratulated Elon Musk and said, "Godspeed." See, that's how you handle it.
Yeah.
And again, he also had
Do you think he
backed
meant it
off.
or he's scared to death?
He probably didn't mean it. He's probably smart enough. He's a businessman, and there's hundreds of millions of people that voted for Trump, and I might need them to buy my products and stuff. But whatever. He handled it better than most would.
Mm-hmm.
And also, he had walked back. I saw this yesterday. He made the statement that Trump doesn't associate with strong and intelligent women.
Yeah.
He apologized for that yesterday.
Oh, he
did?
He
before
did.
everything.
Okay.
Or the day before.
Right.
But anyway, so I'll give him that. At least he conceded. He didn't start all this, and the country's racist and hates women and all this stuff. He just said basically, you won fair and square. There it is. Good luck to you.
So the View today, the running joke now in the building with Rick and Bubba and everybody is, hey, what time's the View come on again? Do you think they'll roll out a best of? Or do you think they'll sit there and take it?
They'll sit there and they'll accuse America of being racist and anti-women. Mm-hmm. We'll hear all that.
And they're going to scare
the
you
state
to
of our
death.
country. This reveals we're an evil place. You're going to get all that.
Right. And but hey, what a political comeback People, you know what they are? They're frustrated. This frustrated voters. First time. Hey, did you see the amount of Amish that came out and voted?
I did.
Hey.
And
hey.
The Amish brought the wagons to town.
Hey, good night, the blue wall. Trump, it says in Pennsylvania, with right at 97% in, he is a little over 200,000 in the lead. So that they went ahead and called Pennsylvania for Trump. But you remember everything was all, hey, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, right?
Yes, and they both stayed there the last week campaigning. I mean, it was very important.
Yeah, you remember Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Now 98.58% are in. Trump has, let's see here, it's gone from 100 and something thousand down to, he's at 49.76%. She's at 48.80. And he's got, it looks like, right at 34,000 lead.
Yeah.
So that shrunk a little bit from over 100,000, but they've gone ahead projected Wisconsin for him.
Yeah,
I'm sure that it's some of the rural areas that favor him, and they have not called Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, or Alaska. And I'm just updating you in case you're just tuning in, getting up for the day, trying to figure out what's going on. So
I would like to see a picture showing him and his family. And you remember his first election, his son was a little boy. His son's up there now, and he's towering over everybody.
Have you seen that?
He's like 6'9".
He is ginormous.
I mean,
have you seen him and Melania? Have you seen Trump and Melania standing there, and he's behind them?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. And like I said, you remember the last time he was just a little kid.
Yeah.
Wow. Not anymore.
No, not anymore.
He's a tall fella.
He is so big. Tall, very tall. Yeah, he was a kid then, but not now. Not now.
Of course, this deal where there's a montage of celebrities predicting Kamala's victory, and I love that.
We had a discussion actually walking to the bathroom. If y'all want to know the truth, just a few seconds ago, which we'll do.
Yeah.
In our very oversized jerseys, it is Jersey Day, softball Jersey Day for the Rick and Bubba Show. If you see us,
I don't know why they're so big.
I don't either.
Did we just like them loose or something?
And for some reason, I was given yellow. I want to thank the guys for that. It's huge. I have my black one in the car though.
I would have worn it if I had yellow.
We were talking and we were wondering. All right, so these celebrities that came out, and a lot of folks in the influential world that were anti-Trump, vote, another Will Ferrell's and all. When they really actually voted, I wonder who they voted for.
Yeah, there's gonna be some of that. They go in there. No, I didn't vote for him. What are you talking about?
Right, because I got to say one thing. To stay in the clique and to.
Oh, I promise you that happened.
And then
on all levels.
Hey, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna let me
and
fill
not
that.
Just celebrities, everybody.
Let me fill that little dot in right there,
Yeah,
and then
nobody knows.
Hurry up, let me get it in the machine. Get in the machine.
Yeah, anti-Trump. Yeah, nobody wants him.
Right. but really, when it comes down to it, and it's just him, it was.
Little P was finally got it.
I just wonder. I'm just wondering is all.
You're right.
Even the sports stars, everybody, hey, all Steph Curry, hey, vote Kamala, but they get in there and it's like, let's vote Trump here. Let me see what's right there.
I was telling you earlier, back in the day when I was working, I was in the union. It'd be time for union contract. Well, everybody's going to gripe about it. They hate the proposal.
Yeah.
I couldn't find one person that claimed they voted for it, but it passed. It would pass every time. But you couldn't find anybody that said, I voted for it. And I didn't vote for that crap.
I didn't do it.
I said, well, somebody did.
Well, then how did it pass? I don't know. I didn't do it, though.
Yeah. You couldn't find anybody claim they voted for it.
Wow. Alt Adler's in the house
He's
now.
disappointed because he's pro-Harris.
He's actually not walking. He's floating into his TV room right now. As Trump is projected to be the 47th president of the United States. Looks like the Senate is back to the Republicans, and the House is looking good too. That won't officially be known for a while. So the Republicans overnight have said we're all in, and it's on us now.
Well, let's see what you got.
So
you know what? Hey, I'm gonna be critical of you if you get in there and goof off.
Yeah, but and look, hey, we're also gonna have to withstand some dirty politics. Trump's going to have to change some things.
Yeah.
We're going to have. There's going to be some cutting going on. There's going to be some some strong stances against some of the allies that we have and trade partners that we have around the world, and we got to withstand that because that's what's got to take place, right?
Right.
Are we back to drill, baby, drill? Are we back to that?
Yeah, he claimed it.
Let's go. I'm ready in my oversized softball jersey.
Yeah.
Rick and
United
Bubba.
shirt.
Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. I vote Trump.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Underway. Thank you for being here with us today. On a brand new hour, on a brand new show, the election results are in. We'll break them down for you today. This hour starts with a national anthem. Here we go, 7.5 minutes past the hour. It's Jersey Day on the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll talk about that a little bit. A lot to do. As I said, we'll break down yesterday's election and what is currently happening on the live show. Speedy and Greg hit some of that in the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins the team. As we move forward, he's got the YouTube experience for you, both live and archived today. And we also have Wednesday Bible study today. How appropriate is it? It's Daniel chapter 5, the handwriting on the wall today. Interesting. We'll break that down today. See, isn't that a story where somebody who was partying and thinking that they were unstoppable, and then God took them out? But anyway, so that'll be happening. That's what we have today in Daniel 5. So anyway, look for that today at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Look right there. There's a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
America. America. You want to sing it again? You want to sing it again? Some more? America, sweet America. There's Ray Charles. There he is. Come on, that's a beauty. That's a beauty right there, Bubba. How are you?
Rick, I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, I do feel better today than I did earlier in the week.
Interesting night. Interesting night.
It really was. It really was. So we did our deal yesterday, and when I was out, and Alabama, I think they called Alabama like 3 minutes into the broadcast.
Well, yeah.
And so I knew that I honestly knew that my vote in Alabama would have no impact whatsoever. And usually when I go to vote, I am in and out in 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, and on every election that I've had since I've lived there. Okay, never once have I stood in line. Yesterday, I walked up, and the wait to vote at like 1:30, 1:45. So I thought I'd missed the lunch deal. I thought I'd missed everybody on the way to work. And the wait at my place, no, other places it was 2 hours, but even at mine, it was 45, 50 minutes. And I was like, wow, I've never seen this. Never. No. And of course it was a little warmer than I wanted it to be, and it had stopped raining, and it had that little post-humid, and I was in the line, and it wasn't moving all that fast. And then of course they were doing what they should, let people 70 and above or injured get in front of me. Hey, guy with skin cancer, you played that card? You just had a little skin cancer thing taken off, had a patch on your neck, and you're like you were in your 30s, and you let him take you to the front of the line? I'm not sure that's what he meant.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I know you had a patch on your neck, but you were fine. But hey, he played the card. He said, "What about this thing on that?" And of course,
no, he did.
Yeah, the sheriff was nice. He said, "Sure, come on, I'll take you up there." A guy broke line, by the way. He was in his 30s just simply because he'd had something taken off his neck on skin cancer. But anyway, so there was something I wanted. Everything in me wanted to go get in my truck and leave because I thought, well, it really doesn't matter, and I just don't want to stand in this line. And I just couldn't do it. I couldn't leave. I was like, you know what? I just can't not vote. Yeah. And I thought, plus the state the country's in, well, just, because of everybody that's given me that right to vote. Absolutely. And, we talked about it. And I do think you have the right to protest if you don't like candidates and not vote at all. That's
absolutely.
That's still,
in the proper way.
That's still freedom. Yeah. But there was just something about it. Everything about me wanted to get out of that line because I thought, Rick, it doesn't even matter. I mean, Alabama's going for Trump and you want Trump to win. You don't even have this. You're not going to have a play.
We were real close to 70%.
But there was. I don't know if I didn't want to face. Yeah. I didn't want to face y'all, and y'all asked me if I voted.
Yeah, you better have.
And
you're there. Stay there.
I mean, I picture Bubba's dad in World War II, and I mean, I just couldn't get out of the line.
I started to put a picture of him online.
Yeah.
I hit it perfect, and even some.
I pictured the Revolutionary War, then the War of 1812. I mean, I had all kinds of stuff going through.
Yeah. Yeah, I got lucky. First of all, I show up at my voting place and it's not there. There was not a soul there.
Oh, wow.
And I thought, well, they've moved it. And so I called Lisa. I said, where? I thought we voted here. She said, well, anyway, she got on internet and figured it out. They had moved me down the road, Bubba. Saw your sister-in-law. She signed me in. Betty's sister.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that Tredegar or somewhere? Where
Yeah,
were you at?
Tredegar. Yeah. She signed me right in.
Got to see a lot of people I hadn't seen in a long time because I was in line for about 45 minutes like you were, Rick. Reese got to vote for his first president. He got to vote midterm when he turned 18, but this was his first presidential vote. And he and there was other things on there besides just Trump in the state. There were representatives and amendments and things. So I'm glad you stayed with it, Rick.
You, Bubba, and Adler, I think Greg would have given me a pass, but you three I didn't want to face. You know, I was like,
At what point did you go, what would have been too long? Would you have stayed an hour and a half?
2 hours, I don't think I'd have stayed.
Yeah,
and some people stood in line for 2 hours.
I was locked in. I had a new voting place, too, and there was no line. So I got in.
I walked right in.
I had to give them a shout
I
out
did walk
today.
toward my truck once when I saw the line, turned around and walked back, and couldn't get in my truck and walked back and got in line.
I got to see every hall in the church we voted in because that was the line.
Rick and
Oh,
Bubba,
wow.
Rick and Bubba.
All right. It's a good time for us after the last segment to do a public service announcement, and I hope what you just heard is proof positive. Something must be done to do in the battle against rude Tourette's. I mean, something must be done. I mean, we must stop and help those that suffer from RT, rude Tourette's.
That is your inability to withhold your thoughts to yourself.
Right, and you just...
Especially if it's a rude...
I mean, you just blurt things out.
Uncaring thought that must come out the minute you think of it.
We transitioned from a lighthearted story about Skype and Microsoft, opened the door for Helms to really come before the audience and pour out his emotions of the season.
An open door to his soul.
To his soul on this taking on coaching baseball and what it ended up meaning to him. He just said, I mean, seconds before rude Tourette's clipped him, that he and his wife were talking on the phone and how emotional it was. And right at the pinnacle of the most emotional part, over the top of him, good gosh, look at that! Because Chaz Bono, shirtless, comes up behind Helms on the screen, and Greg Burgess, not being normal, and just saying, hey, in a minute, I'd like to talk about that, after Helms finishes his emotional conversation. Good gosh, I'd rather see a dog eat its puppy.
All of that was in about a 10-second window on the show, and we talked earlier about how we're trying to destroy radio as we know it.
Right.
Speedy, can we hear the playback of that?
Helms, I'm sorry.
It's no big deal. I'm used to it by now.
All right, so
when you live with someone that has rude Tourette's like Greg, you're used to being clipped like you were in T-boned at an intersection.
So you know who we forget, though? Those who have to live with it.
I know it.
It's not just the people.
Rick, that's the silent sufferer.
That's the silent. Those who live with people who have rude Tourette's.
There's two things we have discovered on this show that I hope we get credit for long term, Rick. One was the plight of people who suffer from pointed toe syndrome. And those that suffer with rude Tourette's.
We've asked Greg to leave the studio, so if Helms would like to finish the story, if it's something he could. Yeah,
he can go back to the kitchen and whole court back there.
If you missed the moment, here's Helms doing his heart-wrenching recap.
I'm sorry, Helms, I apologize.
And cut his mic off, because he's liable to do it again right in the middle of it.
Nobody's as big a supporter of Helms on this baseball thing than me.
Greg, but you know what? But you still suffer from rude Tourette's, so you... All right, yeah, you know what?
Again, we can't even do the segment because of the RT.
And then you have Speedy, who's the guy who keeps buying the alcoholic drinks.
Yeah.
Hold on, Rick. Hold on. All right.
600. He's editing right now. He's fine.
I know, you got you down. I'm sorry, Helms.
You're good. You're good.
Do you realize?
It's not a big deal.
Do you realize that Helms was just at the pinnacle?
I mean, he was somebody's wife and him crying together on the phone.
But I don't mean to say
Good gosh, look at that!
Y'all do that all the
I'd
time.
rather see a dog eat its puppy.
Well, I would. Y'all do that all the time, though.
We don't rude Tourette's
Rick,
over someone who
Rick,
has
the
emotion.
first step in dealing with RT is admitting there's a problem.
Y'all do that all the time.
Here we go, Rick. All right, Greg, can you please?
Weeds are good.
All right, here we go.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know that you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono's
I'd rather see a
on
dog
TV.
eater puppy.
It was better than I thought. It was better than I thought, by the way. Wow.
Back it up. Back it up. Let's hear it again. I can hear it again.
How about? I apologize, by the way. That was horrible.
No, this is good therapy because Greg hears himself now. You have to make him see it.
I'm sorry, Helm.
Gosh, I'm crying.
One more time, please. for me.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break.
Look,
and,
you getting a little emotional.
I think,
Yeah,
I was. Yeah, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know that you're ever going to get to coach again.
Emotional.
And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono's
I'd rather see a dog eater puppy.
I can't even say one more time.
I can't cut everybody's mic off, Rick.
I want y'all to understand how much I wanted them to win the whole thing.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back 21 minutes now past the hour. What looks like a really overwhelming victory by Donald Trump. Bubba, what say you? As you went into yesterday, I know that you were thinking that it looked possible that Trump would win easily. I think we all thought, like we kept saying on the air, surely no one thinks we're on the right track. And I think America had such a clear look right now. And we even had theories, and it sounds like you said you talked to some friends you knew that are people you know.
I have friends who are Democrats.
Right.
I know that's not really cool to say nowadays, but
Right.
I do, and I respect their opinion. I disagree with them, but
of course
we have some healthy debates. And they were already telling me, said, look, a loss here means we will get to reset the party.
Yeah.
And I said, no, what do you mean? They said, we need to get back to the middle. We've got out over our skis too far.
Correct, 100% right.
And we're
That's
letting the
smart.
extreme left dictate policy, and most of us are just sitting by and letting it happen because it looks like if we oppose them, we're some kind of Trump fan.
Right.
And really, there's just some issues that are not Trump issues. They're not Democrat issues. They're American issues, and that is securing our border, energy efficiency, peace around the globe where we can get it, and the economy. And really, there'll be a lot of breakdown about this, and you're going to see all kind of numbers, and it is all interesting to study from a history standpoint. But, it may be just this simple, and I have to go back and borrow a line from Bill Clinton. It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. It's just that simple. I think they counted on the abortion issue to bring them all the females. The females were apparently more than a one-issue vote. The fact they couldn't feed their families actually outweighed some of the other
But because
issues.
you go as far as to say it trumped it?
It trumped it. And I think it's important. Look, these things are cyclical to some degree anyway, just out of a natural habit. It all kind of came together when you looked at the economy, the border, world issues, the fact that the Dems had been in there for a while. It was, the sine wave of the universe was saying it was time for a change, and Trump was the guy to jump on that wave and ride it. He is uniquely set up to do that. Listen, most of us would not make it through what he's been through, okay? You have to be a little strange to get through all this stuff, okay? Right. And we had several of our guests we've had on pointed that out. I thought it was very intriguing. Mm-hmm. D'Souza was probably the one that he said, look, most normal people couldn't get through this. Let's be thankful for the oddities we have.
Yeah.
But it's, now you got to go to work. Now you got to deliver. And, we'll have another election in 2 years. the House will be chosen again. And, historically, the sitting president will take a hit on that. Not always, but historically. And so you got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of problems out there that need to be fixed. And, America has pitched Trump the ball on the sweep, and now you got to get yardage.
And they may give him the House and the Senate, and if they do, really no excuse.
Yeah.
And it looks like that it likely is going to happen.
Oh yeah, the Republicans are going to pick up big votes in the Senate. How many, I don't know. I think they're safe at 55. Could be more than that when all's said and done. They're going to pick up the House. So no, the Republicans historically will be their own worst enemy on these things too.
That's my concern.
So it's time to set some policy agendas and execute them, get them done, and get the economy going.
And toughen up a little bit because you're going to be called everything under the sun.
Yep.
You're going to be deemed dark, wicked, evil, and you just have to move on and say, I hear you over there screaming, but I got work to do. And the American people, by the way, somebody said that there was already I didn't see it because I was long asleep, that Juan Williams started trying to, and I usually like Juan. He's one of those Democrats we can just agree to disagree, but he started trying to play a racist card because of Kamala. I got bad news for you, Juan, if you did do that, and all the others that may try that. What helped Trump win were people of color. So you're going to have a hard time with that, especially black men and Hispanics. Okay, so that's going to be
record numbers.
That's going to be a tough card to play. Yeah. Because of all the topics. And I do think, Bubba, everything you said, I totally agree on. And I think the other thing under that Democrats have lost touch with reality is all the wokeness. I think they've grossly overestimated that that's the place they should be.
Right.
Because most American people who even may lean to the left when it comes to certain policy, they honestly don't want biological men playing sports against biological women.
Yeah.
They think all of this weird part of the left that's gone to a place that, like we say, is not the real world.
Right.
I think the Democratic Party has got to get back in the real world. And you don't have to ostracize the people who want you to do that. You're going to get their vote. But you better get back to what Bubba's friends were talking about. You got to get back in the real world. And America just told the Democratic Party, the world that you have created and you want us to live in, we reject it.
Well, yeah, it's still a very divided country.
No question.
On the way.
But some of that is pretending to be the way most people feel, and it's not. It's not the way most people feel. That's pretend. Even on the left.
Yeah.
Even people who would be Democrats.
I think a large part of the Democrat Party is embarrassed about where their national agenda has gone to and where they're putting the chips, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a legitimate disagreement on some stuff, but this thing of boys playing girl sports and all this other real strange stuff, I think most common sense people said, this is just ridiculous. I can't get in line with this anymore.
And they're over serving that group at the cost of their main group.
Too, and it is amazing. You look at people who got reelected. Adam Schiff went back in. Pocahontas went back in. Elizabeth Warren.
She did.
And the one that really is, I have to just scratch my head and have to ask the people of Vermont, what do you think?
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders.
He wins going away.
Really?
They love him.
He's going.
Really?
Oh, he didn't. Nobody can even touch him in Vermont. That just says a lot about Vermont. Is all that.
I don't get that at all. I just don't. I'm still listen. I am more than ever for term limits, and I would be all for voting that in.
The Vermont won about 64, almost 65% of the vote for Harris. So they're all left.
The country is
far left.
Guys, we had said this yesterday. The country was in such dire straits, and still is. There's a lot of work to do. To Bubba's point, that the Amish got out and voted.
They did.
Okay,
sure did.
I mean, you guys don't
with big numbers,
and Trump won Pennsylvania, so that's unbelievable. Okay. I thought that was a little odd when Elizabeth Warren's camp, when they announced that she won again, they did it with smoke signals. I was like, well, they're really trying to
after all that she had done and abused her Indian status, which she wasn't even an Indian. I can't believe that they keep electing her.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your voice is cracking.
Oh yeah, I had to take
About
a
to
deep breath.
cry.
Oh yeah.
Well, good thing I bailed you.
Oh, my gosh.
One more time.
Speedy, one more time, please.
Cut all the mics off.
All right.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know that you're ever going to get to coach again, and that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono's
I'd rather see a dog eat her puppy.
Happy birthday, Betty.
Oh, Helms, are you okay? I've never seen you. I've never seen anybody get hit that hard.
That's horrible. That's terrible. I was so wrong.
Let me tell you what, if Greg, if that was you T-boning Helms, how about the ambulance doesn't even have the siren on?
That's horrible. Helms, I apologize. On there.
Look at that. Oh, my gosh.
Just go ahead, Speedy, go ahead and put that in the instant replay right now on the break.
I got to have it. Oh, my.
Oh, my God.
Greg, I hope now that you've heard yourself, you realize you got a problem.
That worked, by the way.
You got a problem.
That's horrible. I shouldn't have done that.
Come on with it. 35 minutes past the hour. Already taking my first packet today of Relief Factor. Yeah. Oh, Big Papa was moving around a little bit yesterday. And I want to realize that if I'm hurting a little bit, if it's tied to inflammation, I've got an all-natural answer right here. Old Dennis out of Texas, Beaumont, Texas, has emailed us and talked to us about how Relief Factor has helped him. Thank you, Dennis. He said, it's almost been 3 weeks now, and I just reordered because 90% of the time now I have no pain at all. Keep in mind that we're talking about Dennis, who had major issues. He was talking about he was a severe left knee pain that hurt him so much he couldn't walk. He had to use one of those 4-prong canes for stability, and now he has about 90% of that pain is all gone now because he started taking Relief Factor. So, and here's one of the things he wants you to know, Bubba. He's dropped the cane and he's actually playing tennis again.
Oh, that is awesome.
How about that? So anyway, he's recommending it to friends too. And today he's actually handing out free packets to all of his Democrat friends. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. Call 1-800-4 and Relief. It's an all-natural solution. Hopefully it is for you as well. Go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Use that link and join all of us that are taking it. You'll be thanking us later like Dennis. So, Bubba, we got to get to the celebrities that are leaving.
You folks that are texting, I'm finally starting to feel unburdened by what has been. Y'all are owning us for that.
You're going to hear that a lot. So we have celebrities. Now, they've done this before, which makes the list confusing. They threatened to leave in 2016 when Trump won. They threatened that they would leave if he won again in 2020, and they've threatened to leave this time if he wins. Now, I can't – the only person I can document leaving, and I don't think he left because of an election, is Johnny Depp.
Right.
Johnny Depp.
He was fleeing some legal something.
Yeah. Johnny Depp now lives in a small town in France, but he basically
carried his dogs and went on over there.
Well, but keep in mind, he said he mainly did that because of how much better it is than California. So anyway, have any of those that threatened to leave for political reasons only ever really left?
Let's see. Remember how Robert De Niro just could not stand Trump? Remember, he was so I would love to see his comment.
He said, didn't he say he's leaving this time too?
He may have, but he really, really doesn't like him.
Springsteen said he's leaving this time again.
Did he?
Yes, he did. Because I remember us talking about it on the show.
The picture we have up are not
Jackson,
necessarily everyone who said they were leaving. Some of these were supporters. Some
Jason Bateman, that hurts.
Oh, is Jason Bateman on the
Yes, I give him a pass.
That may be the only one I don't want to
even give De Niro a pass because I love him in movies.
Yeah, I like Jason Bateman.
But did Jason Bateman say he's leaving?
I don't know. They just got his on that list.
Oh, the old man.
Okay, so this time too. Now I understand.
Now Mark Garoppolo, whatever his name is, he's good in movies too, but he's an idiot.
But he can just do movies and live somewhere else.
He's not that good.
Louise Dreyfus too. That one hurt. From a comedy standpoint, I hate to see her.
Did she say she's leaving?
No, these are a lot of these here are just heavily supporters of Kamala that were very outspoken about
Robert Downey Jr.
Like Oprah's up there. She obviously didn't say she was leaving, but.
Now, Clooney lives like somewhere far off anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
He's
like, now, what in the world? Why is Alice Cooper on here?
That's Cher, buddy.
Now, Cher has threatened to leave in the past. Don't know about this time. Don't know about this time.
Cher has threatened. I say head on.
Yeah.
Greg did an extensive celebrity search during the kickoff hour, and we kind of ran through a little bit of the list, but it kept kicking him back to 2016 because they've all declared it so many times.
Yeah, and then they had a section. It was just reactions from celebrities. Like, that's where we got Cardi B and her great statement.
Yeah. I want to know how the Scarboroughs are handling it this point.
Well, we're already getting reports through the text line of some things that he has said and some one-liners.
The View, I think, is the central focus today, where we feel like somebody may suffer a medical emergency.
They may have to put Joy in bed.
Oh my God!
You know when you're sick, they put you in bed in the middle of the day.
Look, it comes on here in our studio, but I don't know how to get the audio up. I'll find out today. All right, here it is. This is the answer that I can find on Springsteen out of New Jersey. They said what caused him this time is there was a post that was put up, and it said. It says he joked, he said, about seeing you on the next plane if Trump was reelected. But they said after everyone did research, everybody claimed that was him saying he was going to leave, but he came back and said, I was joking. I don't want Trump to win. But that was a joke I made. If he wins, I'll see you on the next plane. He goes, and everybody started posting that like I said I was leaving.
Yeah, so let's not do like some of the
America's
people on
been
the
really
left
good
where they
to-
take a obvious joke and then take it out of context and act like that was an official policy.
So the Springsteen saying that he was leaving, he said he was joking. Now, he said that in all fairness before Trump won. So I'm not saying he's saying it now. And he was clarifying that, and that's where Speedy was like, I don't think he said that this time. So you are right. He said it was said, but in jest.
Right. So Greg and I asked the question in the kickoff hour, like take some of these out because they were way left and very outspoken.
Right.
But the Will Ferrells and the other ones that came out at the end was like, hey, man, you need to vote Kamala, and if you don't, you're stupid and all that. I wonder if when they really voted, who they voted for.
I guarantee you got a lot of that.
Because, they got to say certain things to stay in their little clique.
Here's what
Once you get marking that card. I guarantee you, not just celebrities. There were people that told their family, I didn't vote for that idiot.
Oh,
they did.
Remember us saying one of the ways that Trump would win is people who voted for, and others said that, not just us, but that people will vote for him, they'll never admit it.
Sure.
Because of the state of things. That happened, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Miley Cyrus in 2016, this is funny, when she said that I'm moving if Donald Trump is my president, and then she says, I don't say things I don't mean. Of course, the person underneath says she didn't mean it because she's still here. But I don't know that she weighed in this time. A lot of what you're looking for, like y'all have already tried, if you Google, you keep getting Trump, the Trump, I'm leaving, like they said it back in 2016.
Yeah.
And Mark
Greg,
Cuban,
here's one that we hate. I don't know where he is now, but he has said it in the past. Brian Cranston said he's.
Oh, I know. Yeah, he's big lib. I love him in shows.
Funny he's great in Breaking Bad. I'll just leave him there in my brain.
Like we said earlier, Mark Cuban come out and congratulated and said you won fair and square. And yesterday, it already came out. He was walking back his statement that he don't like to be around intelligent women. He actually said he apologized for that, and he was wrong.
I give Mark Cuban credit. Like you said, he walked back a dumb statement he shouldn't have said, and then he has said Trump won.
Fair and square. Congratulations.
Well, there's nothing wrong with doing everything you can do to
that.
try to win who you want to win. But once it's over, I give him credit for saying, "Hey, we lost." All right, scroll down.
We were all taught play hard, and when the game's over, you shake hands. And
absolutely.
All right, I saw somebody saying something about Steve Harvey today, which I know I don't want to hear. Y'all might want to listen to Steve Harvey's show today. They were all talking about Harris as president back down again, and throw out the trash talking about Trump.
Yeah.
Well, if they're talking about today, they're wasting their time. She lost. Maybe you meant they talked about it before.
Some other.
No, I understand. I do. I understand being in a world where you're saying these things because you think it's.
We've lost. We know how it feels.
Yeah, and plus I understand that there's things how Trump acts and the things that he does that bother people and upset people, and especially Trump is not the kind of opponent that is not going to trash talk. He's not the kind of opponent that's not going to infuriate you. He's not the kind of opponent that says, "Look, I just want to talk about my record and I have nothing negative to say about who my." He is going to fight. He is going to call names. If you call him names, he's going to call names back. He's going to make fun. He's going to win. I don't know, for some people that infuriates them, but as we said, we were going to the polls this time on the choice that we were given, and America seems to agree. We're voting on ideology. We're voting on we cannot continue on the road that we're on. This fake world stuff may be a lot of feel-goodism, but it's a disaster when it comes to our security and our economy.
Yeah. Rick, you texted something to the group when you woke up, and I felt the same way when I checked, and I don't know about Bubba because I know you sent out a text early too. But when I first checked, when I woke up, and it showed that Trump had 277 electoral votes, I was like, okay, is this real? You know what I mean? Because we've been had before. And so then I start checking other sources. And I text the family, and Terry responds, is this legit? You said when you first texted the group, and we after doing some research, AP News had called it, Daily Mail had called it, Yahoo, Fox News, all this kind of stuff. You was like, y'all serious? Because it's hard to believe.
No, I didn't want
when
to.
We woke up,
I didn't know,
it was hard to truly believe the numbers.
Yes, plus also in 2020, we saw what happened. I went to sleep at 10:30 in 2020. Trump was president, woke up, and he wasn't.
Right. Yes.
And I stayed up until 11 last night, and I was cautiously checking. I know it was a blowout, but I was cautiously checking my phone at 4 o'clock this morning.
How was it at 11? Because I went to bed, like I said, about 8:45, and it was 195 Trump. I think 111 Harris. And it looked positive. All the other stuff looked positive, but 2020 it looked positive too. So I didn't.
Yeah, I think there was always a little angst. You thinking, are they going to start finding boxes here? You know, in some of these states?
Because there's people hearing it for the first time right now, and they're like, "Okay, y'all serious?"
Yeah,
I mean,
we're serious,
straight up. Because it's so hard to believe because you don't know. Like Adler's saying in 2020, what happened? We did all go to bed thinking he was president.
And then some water pipes broke, and then they found a bunch of boxes. It was crazy.
When we come back, Joy Reid.
Oh, boy.
Has anybody checked on everybody at MSNBC? Has anybody checked on them? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, you know, there's been times in your life where you survived.
Started out.
And you realized that you were standing on the edge looking down.
Oh, sure.
Because you lost a lot of men there. I forgot to, friends
A lot
there.
of friends there.
Right, a lot
Baby.
of friends there, bro.
I got no time to mess around.
Right, trying to quote Van Halen.
Be careful with that.
You know, when we come to work in the morning, it's dark.
Oh, so dark.
And that's okay because it's a peaceful time, but darkness has its drawbacks.
It does.
For, 18 years I have left the house when it is dark.
You know what darkness is, don't you?
The absence of light.
That is correct.
And if when you get up early, you have the problems that go along with that, and most notably waking your spouse up. And for them, I really lament because I know when I'm sleeping and Betty has to get up and go somewhere, I go, wow. I really wish you wouldn't have woke me up when you got up.
Yeah. Why do we have to slam the doors and open them?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
I still don't.
They will close. There's no need. Drawers.
Oh my!
You can you don't have to.
No
you don't
need.
You don't have to close them through the wood.
No need to throw them back in there.
Is that a horse running through the house or you walking?
So. But Betty, she always tries to do a great job with that, and I appreciate it. But
Just
I'm
ease
saying,
through the door. You don't have to bust through it like you're coming in a Western saloon.
From my standpoint, I feel bad because I'm going to work. I'm headed out to slay the dragons.
Oh
and I don't want to wake her up.
Slay the dragons.
Well, that's what men do every day. We go out and slay the dragons.
Today, yeah.
And then we drag it in the afternoon for approval. You know how men are. You know our role. So. This morning, and Rick, once upon a time when we had built the house, we actually designed a bathroom closet and closet that I could go out without going back into the bedroom.
I like that.
In other words, it was designed so once I leave the bedding area and shut the door, there's no more disturbing. I go the other way out.
You're never back in
the closet. That's pretty good.
Well, we put an
like
extra door in so I could go out. There was basically two ways to get into the bathroom.
Did you have a bookshelf on the other side and it was like a secret door?
That would have been cool.
Yeah, and you actually there was like
go in naked, come out clothed.
There was like a bust of Einstein. You pull the head over and the door's right.
Wait a minute, Bubba. Are you somebody's husband or a superhero?
Right. But unfortunately, in our house now, we do not have that second exit, so I have to come back into the bedroom and then go back out the door. Well, it's a pretty short and direct path to the door, and so I go in the dark, and I know where the doorknob is, and grab it and go out. Well, this morning, for some reason, and I'm sure it was an oversight, we had a clothes basket that found its way into my path. And, when I go to the car, I'm barely alive anyway.
Right.
I've had a shower, I've had clothes on, but I really haven't started thinking yet.
You grabbed your Tubum shirt.
Thank goodness.
I'm just, I mean, really. And it hit me yesterday too. Gosh knows, I got to go buy some clothes.
Right.
I mean,
this is past Chick-fil-A.
My rotation is about 5 shirts.
By the way,
and it's really sad. It's sad. Rick, it's sad, and there's no excuse for it.
Okay. We call those the 270 shirts.
I look down and I have different pairs, but so all I wear is khaki shorts. That's all I got.
Well,
I mean, I'll have a khaki pair of shorts.
Yeah, I've got the two what I call the 270 collection, and I've got the 240 collection.
Right.
Now the 240 collection has a lot more options, but unfortunately, it's not in play right now.
Right.
So
the 270 collection, Chick-fil-A and Toodlums is big.
Yeah, seriously, I've got 5 shirts, and any of y'all that watch the show can name them. Okay? It ain't that hard. There's about 3 Under Armour of different color.
I think
there's farm links and this.
I believe that. Yeah, I think the Toodlum shirt it's that color because it's on red hot rotation.
Now wait a minute.
I just moved it in because I had to move the Chick-fil-A shirt out because Greg's on me about it.
Rick, and I just noticed Kiva Dunes is in the 240 slot. I haven't seen it in a while.
Where's old Kiva Dunes?
Whatever.
Well, it's really it's kind of in between. I can push it, but it ain't pretty. So I'm walking out, and strictly by oversight. Again, no malice involved.
No.
A clothes basket with clothes in it found its way into my path. Now, in the darkness, in the daylight, that's not a big obstacle to get around.
No, but it's dark.
But if you bump it with your right foot and slide it slightly forward,
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. America's vote is in. Donald Trump has won the election, the popular vote, and the Electoral College, and may continue to add to his lead in the college as some states, there was 4 still out that are supposed to come in. He was leading in those. A lot of you on the text line saying, no way we could stay up late enough to see it. But it was interesting to watch MSNBC. It's almost like they could not call Pennsylvania for Trump. Well, even with 95% of the vote in and Trump up by 200,000 votes, they still wouldn't call him.
They're still waiting.
It's like
98% in. I can't call it.
The blue wall. Speaking of MSNBC,
the meltdowns.
Joy.
Can I say this? I don't look. America spoke. That's great.
Yeah.
We've been on what we felt like the winning side. We've been on the losing side.
Yes.
Okay, I understand all that. But the media meltdown is by far my favorite.
Oh yeah,
And I take more enjoyment in this than I do the victory itself. I just want to be clear. I love to see these people have a come apart that think they're so important.
Mm-hmm. Joy Reid, you're going to enjoy this one. Here is MSNBC's Joy Reid.
About this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that message just was out there, but I hope she sees it. It just isn't the majority of Americans.
Yeah. She's talking about Amendment 4 in Florida was rejected.
Right.
You'll hear all the, hey, we didn't get our message out. No, I think you got it out. That was the problem.
No, the message was clear.
The over-prosecution of Trump, too, was so ridiculous. We've talked about that. To bring up these charges, especially the banking ones in New York, where there was no victim, there was no complaint. You had a DA run a campaign on, I will get Trump, went in, charged him, got a conviction, and the whole thing was just, I mean, you just look at it, and I think most normal people went, this is crazy. Why are we doing this? And the 34 felony counts, I mean, how many times have you seen anybody charged with multiple counts and they get convicted on all of them?
Yeah.
I mean, it just never happens.
Well, it was just so
because a lot
obvious
of times,
what they were doing.
Yeah, the prosecutors will pile on to be sure they've got enough to get a conviction. But usually a judge will go, look, 6, 7 of these are ridiculous. You throw them out. You may get conviction on half of them. The way it was done, it just looked ridiculous to most Americans.
Well, on the right, when you have Trump as a candidate, we always say he's not coachable and he at times is his own worst enemy. On the left, here's the problem that y'all have. You always overplay your hand. It's never enough for you. Right. And you keep going and going and going until you get to the bizarre. And when you get to the bizarre, when like when at one time we thought we all agreed that life did start after birth, and then this thing with gender, you go to the bizarre and you overplay your hand. And you've done it again. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can we really focus on what she said? She got mad at women for voting based on race rather than gender. How about we don't have to vote based on our race. We don't have to vote based on our gender. That's such an insulting thing to say to everyone. Vote on policy, not on your race and your gender. Vote on the policy.
Well, they reveal, Adder, great point, they reveal where the world that they live in, and they're shocked that the majority of Americans don't live in that world. They don't vote on that stuff. They're voting on the things that affect their daily life.
And also, did she say God bless that person for talking about abortion rights? God bless them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
God bless you, Joy.
Got your teams confused there.
Here's NBC. They're struggling, and they don't understand why working class voters love Donald Trump. This is how out of touch they are.
This is the same panel here with Joy and everybody here.
So you don't.
Not all working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective.
No, it's not.
But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think she's totally misreading this. She thinks that because that Joe Biden proposed and he didn't get all of them that he wanted to, and some of that's still going on, to forgive student debts, that somehow should turn into votes, where the majority of the people who have student loans paid them back.
Right.
And then they felt slighted by this.
Correct.
Right. It did not buy you votes. It turned people against you.
Of course it did.
See, they don't see this.
Overplay.
And that's what I don't understand. You can't Santa Claus your way in, because when you're giving away gifts, you're taking them from somebody else.
And that was just an effort.
And most people want you to earn your keep.
Yes.
That is the American way.
That was an effort just to buy votes with some of the most privileged people in our country. She's talking about them as the working class. Those are people with degrees. That's not the working class. That's some of the most privileged people on the planet is who Joe Biden was standing up for. And she, in the same breath, says Trump is not for the working man. See, Joe Biden is. Yeah. He bailed out people with degrees.
Quickly on 6, because we got to get this in. Do you remember when we weren't allowed to talk about the cognitive decline of Joe Biden?
Right.
Okay. Right. Please listen to NBC that now is pretending that they didn't pretend that he didn't have a decline.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because, of course, there was so much discussion, even over the summer, about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
Yeah, you will hear somebody today. I don't know who will be the first one. I don't know if they'll do it today or tomorrow. They will come forward and say, we'd have been better off to leave Biden in.
Oh, they're saying it already. Yes.
Well, and what she was saying, you didn't hear the whole clip. She's saying the problem was he dropped out too late.
Yes.
Well, we kept talking about his cognitive decline, and y'all told us we were being mean. Now you're saying he dropped out too late. Why? Because of his cognitive decline?
That's another common sense thing. You had the VP there telling you how sharp he was, and we could all see. We all have parents that have gone through that.
Fake world.
We know what he's going through, and you know that they're just absolutely lying to your face. And that's another thing I think that common sense America rejected.
We'll talk to you, America, next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about this product. A lot of you have responded, been getting the emails on this one. It's called Lumen. Rick, what in the world is Lumen? Well, I want to tell you this. It is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It is a device that measures your metabolism through your breath and on their app, and it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs, and it gives you tailored guidance to improve your nutrition, your workouts, your sleep, even stress management. You can use this product to know what your body is doing. One of the things everybody's discovering, even with this new fad of, taking these times during the day where you're fasting and I don't need for this many hours, what you'll find out with Lumen is what's working for your friend may not be working for you because your bodies are completely different. One of the things, if you want to get your weight under control and your health under control, the worst thing is to be doing something that isn't effective. And the reason why it's not effective for you is you don't know what your body's actually doing. But with Lumen, you do. All you have to do is breathe into your Lumen first thing in the morning, and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fats or carbs. And then Lumen gives you a personalized nutrition plan for that day based on what your body is currently doing. This is important information. For years, this has been studied by those that do the marathons and do all these, crazy health challenges all over the world. They've been using this information about their body for a long time, but now Lumen makes this information available to all of us. So your metabolism is your body's engine, and how your body turns food that you eat into fuel and keeps you going. You got to know that. It's the center of proper nutrition and health. So if you would love to get this product, here's all you got to do. Go to Lumen, Lumen. Sherry and I both have one of these. Lumen.me/Rick Bubba. Put us all together. Lumen, Lumen.me/Rick Bubba, and get 15% off your Lumen right now.
Involved.
No.
A clothes basket with clothes in it found its way into my path. Now, in the darkness, in the daylight, that's not a big obstacle to get around.
No, but it's dark.
But if you bump it with your right foot and slide it slightly forward, and as you do that, you realize something is in your way, so you start high-stepping and trying to get out of the way of it.
Oh, no.
So you kick 1 foot forward, which slides the clothes basket forward maybe a foot, because you just nip it.
Right in your path.
But now you're totally freaked out because in the dark,
you don't know where it is.
I know now that it was a clothes basket. In the dark, it's a monster.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
You don't know
I don't know what has got me.
Something's got me.
Because for 5 years coming out of that particular bathroom, nothing has ever been there.
Nothing.
So I just thought nothing was going to be there today. So I kick it slightly forward, begin to high step like Roger Craig, which means my left foot went directly into the basket. Now I'm off even ground. I don't know what's got me. Something has my foot. So all I can do is spin out of it.
Right.
Okay? Which means now you're totally out of control.
Yeah, I mean,
stumbling,
bumbling.
Bumbling.
Come back around the other way. Yeah. You went for the spin move?
Yeah,
I had no choice.
To brain. I don't know what I just stepped in.
I spun out of it because there was no other way to go.
Wow.
And then proceeded to do some kind of dance on ice into the wall.
Oh, no.
So you did.
I'm here, but just barely.
So you hit the wall.
I like to have broke 2 legs.
How high did Betty jump?
I don't think she got up until I flipped the light on and kicked the basket against the wall. I think that's when she woke up.
But no malice.
No malice. It was strictly an accident.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
here we go. Thanks for being with us today. Brand new hour is underway. We'll get to the college football first. Look at the 12-team playoff a little bit later. Wednesday Bible study coming up today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Interesting Daniel chapter 5 today. Also, you can catch that on the archive coming up a little bit later today if that's better for you. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Today on the show's Jersey Day. A lot of you, they can't see the show, you don't know that. A lot of you were asking, watching the old Turner South clips, they said, man, y'all used to wear jerseys all the time. Why don't y'all start wearing some of those
We
jerseys?
have the full assortment,
Yeah.
don't we?
So today we're honoring the Rick and Bubba softball team that went into retirement at 63-0. And these are all three of the jerseys are represented today. We had a black jersey, we had a red one, and we had a yellow. And all three of those are being represented today by various members of the team. So it is Jersey Day today on the Rick and Bubba Show. To the phones we go. Let's go to Nashville, Tennessee, where Brett was standing by. Let me tell you something. I saw a little bit of reports from Kid Rock's joint in Nashville, and it was – Brett, you didn't get down to Kid Rock's joint, did you?
Didn't make it. I was working.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, what's on your mind today, buddy?
Well, a couple of things. The first thing is, if you follow Joy Reid's logic, then we rejected Hillary Clinton not because she was an idiot, but because she was white. And then the other thing is this morning when I got up, I clicked on Google to find out the results of the elections, and I went to their homepage. There was absolutely nothing on there. I scrolled down. It was all about sports and then the Tennessee election results. I cleared my cache and my cookies. Same thing. Went to DuckDuckGo, went to Google.com, clicked on it. The same thing. No mention of the presidential election at all. I don't know if it was just my browser or if that was what other people got too.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. If I click on news, it's like the Pixel 9 reportedly cost Google $400 in materials to make. There is zero presidential news on Google's news page. This is crazy.
I wish y'all. I did.
Wow.
I did on purpose. Thank you, Brett.
that.
I did on purpose today. I dialed over on the radio to one of the big three networks on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to go see what they're doing. And we got some clips.
And
of
if
them,
you
Brett.
could have heard the tone of the guy doing what's those things? What's those early ones? Early morning. I don't know what it's called.
Which one?
Oh, it's the one.
Their version of Fox and Friends, kind of.
No,
The early show.
It's just that thing that's been around forever. It's not called good. It's something. First Light. Right.
Okay, I know what you.
And you talk about down. This was the. Last night, Donald Trump, as of right now, and shifted immediately to the bomb threats in the swing states. That story became bigger than Trump winning.
Okay, I did find I was a little off in my search. I'm trying to be honest and transparent.
There's a concept.
I was a little bit off in my search, so if I dig a little bit deeper, I can find live election updates on Google.
How far down?
I messed it up. What I said a second ago was wrong, and I'm just being honest and real, unlike most of the media that we've seen for the last 5, 6, 10, 20 years.
Rachel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. It's Rachel Levin here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm really sad right now. So devastated this morning. I'm calling from the bunker here in Washington, D.C. They rushed us in there last night. Total fear and hysteria here.
Yeah,
we're terrified of the J6ers.
Right. Yeah. You
won't have to worry about them this year.
It was things like Rachel that go back to the point we made earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You just start thinking that you don't understand the real world out there. It's the overplay of everything. We continue. Let's go to Tammy out of Birmingham. Tammy, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
How are
Tammy.
y'all?
We're good, Tammy. Hope you're well.
I'm good. I wanted to tell you, I went to bed early last night. I said, I'm going to wait until in the morning to get my results of the election from Rick and Bubba. I'm just going to wait.
Oh, good. So you just got up today and heard it from the show.
I did, and I'm just going to say that I didn't listen to Speedy and Greg. I waited for you and Bubba to come and tell me about the election. I'm so happy.
Well, great. I'm glad that that was the decision that you were hoping for, and I'm glad you waited to hear because you knew by the time we got it, we can sort through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to you yesterday, and I read your message again on Instagram, and it just inspired me just to be anxious for nothing.
Yeah. It's again, however it would have gone today, it would have been God's play. Like we say, sometimes things are blessings, sometimes they're a punishment. And on this one, we'll see which one it turns out to be. But it feels like it was a rejection of some things that I think we all think our country is better off going on record as rejecting. We'll see. We continue. Donna out of Atlanta. Donna, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Donna.
A couple of things. First, I just want to say thanks for all the years that you all have given us. You all are one of my main news sources, and so I'm going to miss y'all. But I just wanted to give you an interesting perspective on the voters, at least the ones that would admit to being Kamala voters here in Atlanta. The only people who I heard admit to be Kamala voters are those ladies who were her sorority sisters. And it was interesting to see how that shook out.
How did Fulton County finally land? I mean, there was a lot of Fulton County, what's going to happen here, what's going to happen there, and comparisons. And I know it went for Kamala, but they were saying it did not go for Kamala like it did for Biden.
No, it sure didn't.
Yeah. So
no, I think.
Thank you, Donna.
I don't have the exact numbers on it, but it looks like she underperformed to Biden's numbers. Pretty much across the board.
Yeah, I went to bed not long after, but they were breaking down, the Fulton County Biden compared to Kamala,
right?
And they were saying that this is showing that shift that black men were going for Trump in a big way.
And even though she probably still won the majority, it was not near the spread. That was one of the things. I think the technology of election night was even better than before. I mean, they could go up to the board and hit a state and show you how it was going and how it went last time and how it went in 2016 or 2020 or whatever. I mean, it was pretty impressive numbers last night on how they were able to do all that.
Don't you agree? Because when you look at the gargantuan audiences that an Oprah, a Springsteen, I can't come off the top of my head, just do the list.
All right.
Sadly, even Cardi B. And when I don't know why, but apparently she does have a lot of people that follow her. But do you think it was a little bit of a wake-up call for them that, hey, we may like what you do entertainment-wise if you're someone out there that does? And I certainly like what some of these people who voted for Kamala, I like what they do as actors and musicians and things. Do you think this was a wake-up call that people can be our fans and come to our shows and buy our tickets and watch our shows, but they couldn't care less what we think about how to vote?
Well, the entertainers have an opinion too. They should be able to share it, but
absolutely.
It doesn't
and use your platform. I'm all about that.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that people are going to be mindless robots and get in line with it. I mean, I like a lot of entertainers that I would have nowhere close to their political leanings.
Right.
Yeah. Rick, you asked about Fulton County real quick. Kamala got about 71.5%, and Trump got 27% in Fulton County.
Okay.
Georgia.
Say that one more time.
How did Biden do? You had that.
Biden in 2020.
Yeah, it sounds like she finally got back up to what his number was. When I was going to bed, they were saying she was behind how Biden did. So maybe it did catch back up.
He won 50.8% of the vote in Georgia overall. She was at 48.5 with I think 98% in.
So rural Georgia came through just like we asked them.
Yeah.
Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm glad all the garbage voted last night. Looks like Democrats should have done more campaign in the cemetery than what they did.
Okay.
Well, Alt Adler said in the break, he said that he's convinced that some of the adjustments that were made after 2020 also played a role. He thinks this reveals how much tampering there may have been in 2020.
Uh-huh.
Well,
I told you that in confidence, Rick. I told you that in confidence.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll tell you, there was a funny post that made it around.
That's a legitimate comment. Maybe
there was a couple of Democrats that were discussing the results. I don't know if you saw this or not. One of them said, "Wow, this is really going bad for us," and the other one said, "We may have really stole the last election."
Yeah, to your point, she got 66.2 million votes right now. So you're telling me in 2020 Biden got 80 million?
Right.
Yeah, that is hard to
Weird.
believe. That is hard to believe.
Crazy.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've had a lot of tech update news today. We've had a gentleman come up, and he is holding what appears to be a gift for Speedy.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on. Mr. Holland, go to the mic there. Bring that up. Now, he is. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not his name. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking.
Right. We just call him that because we're disguising who he is, because he's here on a secret mission. And sir, who will remain nameless and who is not Mr. Holland, what do you have in your hand?
Don't show him on camera, Adler.
Yeah, don't do that.
All right.
Am I close enough? Too close?
Yeah, you're good.
The new iPhone 5, Speedy.
What?
Is this all? How do you know Speedy? Can you say?
Don't show him on camera, Adler. Adler.
Do show him?
No, do not.
So change the shot that you have of his face.
Right. Now, I can't.
It's a crack bunch around here.
Let me just say, I know his brother. I know his brother.
So
let's just say that.
Of the family.
So the real motivation, my nephew is on Speedy's 90-pound
football team, right?
Trying to get a little playing time.
Oh, yeah.
That's all it is.
Wow.
Let me just tell you,
sucking up to the coach.
Let me just tell you, I think last night he came out for 2 plays, so you're good on that front.
Good deal.
So you let me be sure I've got this for the listeners. You have brought Speedy an iPhone 5.
Okay, now what gig is it?
Oh,
you don't know.
It says on the back.
Not that I'm being
just
picky.
Grabbed and run.
Not that I'm being picky.
64.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Getting
Speedy. Well, you cried and it worked.
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know.
Well, thank you.
Let me ask you,
unnamed, sir.
Are you punking me? Are you gigging me here, or is this straight up?
No punk, no gig. It's all about playing time.
My gosh.
He's gigging
I'm
you about
emotional.
64 times, it sounds like.
Shannon, you're not going to breathe this. Your brother's here. Okay. I cannot believe this. What do I do? I'm
well, Sam can probably hook you up while he's here. He gets
shaking.
Gets his computer chiming over there and ready to go.
See, what do I owe you on that?
We're good, man.
No.
We're good.
No.
You are too kind.
Wait a minute now.
Speedy.
Hold on real quick. Let me jog a little bit. Keep my heart rate down. Claw,
now, is Greg taking it?
Claw, are you opening it?
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, Sam can probably get it activated for you.
Dumbfounded by it all. He can't believe it.
I tell you, Speedy must be an awful good coach, is all I know.
From one straight man to another, can I hug you for a second? Okay, come here. I love you so much.
Oh,
Are they serious about how they put these?
Your nephew will never come out of a game, ever. Are you leaving? No, but I really need to. I need to pay you for the phone. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh gosh.
God is good. Hey, look at here. Dadgummit.
What?
That's not the iPhone.
What is it?
It's an old phone. He messed with me. It's not an iPhone.
No, Speedy, after you hugged him? Oh no. That's cruel.
Let me tell you what that is. I can identify it. That is the MV2, by the way. I had one for years. The MV2, but at least it's not MV1. It's MV2.
It's an upgrade.
Right. They came out 5 years ago.
That's an upgrade.
Look,
everybody feels bad.
Dang it. I want to fight somebody right now. I'm so mad. I'm just so mad. If there wasn't kids here, I'd just be so mad.
Do you realize?
Can I take my hug? Can I take my hug back?
Speedy, you realize I had to recruit him out of the office across the hall? The fact that he was.
Did you do that?
Listen, the fact that he knows.
Did y'all do that? Y'all just broke the Gunnersville Treaty. Y'all just broke the Gunnersville Treaty.
I didn't have an MV2.
Listen, the fact that
y'all just had. Y'all just.
The fact that he actually knows
everybody in here except y'all.
The fact that his brother's son is on your team was purely coincidental. He's sitting across the hall to ITAC.
Y'all just broke the Gunnersville Treaty.
You knew.
The way you hugged him.
Is this your old phone?
Yeah, you remember the MV2 I had? It's
So
broke.
you set this whole thing up. Is this your box?
Yeah.
I swear. I tell you what. You know, you work so hard around here.
Bubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. We're back 22 minutes now past the hour. Not official yet, but all indications are that Donald Trump will be president again, making him the 47th president and also the 45th president, right?
Yeah, that's great. It's one for the history books, Rick, no doubt.
That's a great one, Babylon B. Biden just called to concede the election.
Oh, how about when Kamala's spokesperson comes out last night and says, you're not going to hear from her tonight?
Yeah, did she ever concede?
No.
Somebody on the text line, Bubba, explain this. They're saying, how do all these analysts? There's Greg. How do all these how do all these analysts?
My goodness.
Somebody sit Pawpaw down.
I thought we were strutting through.
I mean, right through the middle.
Yeah,
you didn't even squat.
Hey,
I'm surprised you
Trump won. Y'all get over it.
But no.
I'd loved if you were singing something.
And I'm going to guess this is exit polls, Bubba. They're asking, how do they have all these gender breakdowns when you don't give your gender?
Oh, yeah, they exit poll to death.
And the way we are about gender, who knows?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is you're saying no one knows when you vote whether you're a man or a woman. How do they get this information?
A lot of the stats people, you know, they work off averages.
Yeah.
And they're, Rick, they're right like 60% of the time.
Right. Here's Donald Trump. He's going to, here's part of his victory speech. I think this happened like our time,
1:30 a.m. maybe?
Yeah.
1:30. I think it was 2:30 Eastern, I think.
Well,
I think you're right.
So here's Donald Trump.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Gosh, that's good. Look what happened.
And the Los Angeles Lakers choose Barron Trump with the first pick. My goodness.
Barron Trump he's 7 feet tall.
Think about the last time that he got sworn in as president. He was just a little kid.
Yeah.
I understand. And look, this is something that is historic that has happened, but, you know, Reagan winning 49 out of 50 states, that was a pretty strong political
It
movement.
was. It was.
That was pretty dominant.
It was.
But I will say this. I will say this, and when they, of course, the emailer get all mad about it. But when he first started talking about wanting to be the candidate again, I was like, what?
I know.
No way.
Yeah. As far as political comebacks, this is on up there.
Yeah. Well, there's another thing that I hope is going on here, a little less obvious, but I know we're all thinking it too if you are someone who votes to the right. I hope that the Republican Party hears this message as well. Not just the Democrats.
Yeah.
That they've left and gone. I hope the Republican Party, so that when you start thinking that the Republican Party needs to bend a little in some of this direction, or you don't understand the popularity of Donald Trump, you might want to examine why he is popular with the people you need to vote for you too.
That's right.
So anyway, all right, here is him ending the speech, and really says something that is absolutely true about what brings people together. Here we go.
The people, we will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
So success will bring everybody together. Look, you see that even with your football team. I mean, a little success
goes a long way.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that to the captain and to Neil. Success.
Success will bring us together.
Greg and I were talking off air earlier
whenever
this morning, like just a sporting analogy. When your team scores and they haven't won the game yet, but momentum is changing, and the whole atmosphere in the stadium changes if you're the home team and things are turning around. I just feel like it's not going to happen overnight, but just the country and even the stock market and things, when they start seeing what's happening, everything, just the momentum's going to turn, and the atmosphere, I hope, turns to where it's exciting about the future, not just can you believe where we are. But it's going to take time, and we're going to have to stomach some nasty politics of change, because that's what's going to have to happen.
You're talking about like trying to put Trump in jail?
Yeah.
And impeach him and all that. By the way, somebody on the text said that the Blaze TV coverage last night was everything that we have been promoting.
Good.
Said it was really a breath of fresh air. And they really did a good job. And really, my whole thing with election coverage, and I know that we don't believe in any of this, I honestly thought that the Trump campaign was better off if I just wouldn't watch and would go to bed.
I'm not making a joke. I watched the episode of 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Great.
I swear I did. And it was worth it.
Yeah.
And I went to bed.
I watched
and
the
then
college.
Funny.
At 2:15, when the clock went off this morning, I see Lisa over on her phone, and she says, he won. And I said, what?
You were you needed to hear
She
that.
said, they're saying he gave a speech and everything. And I was like, you got to be kidding.
I watched the college football playoff show, and then I watched Gunsmoke and went to bed.
Yeah, so you got to get a little normalcy.
We'll talk about the college football playoff when we come back. We still got more we'll play to from the election last night, and more of your phone calls too. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't remember that classic MV2? I told it for all them years. There it is.
Oh, gosh.
It was in my home.
Y'all are going to be found guilty of breaking the treaty. I hate y'all.
You want that hug back?
I hope y'all have.
Do you want the hug
I
back?
hope you have diarrhea all day.
I
hope you have massive stomach cramps, and I hope you throw up on the way home. I hope you have to pull over on the side of the road because you.
Bubba made me do it.
I didn't make Greg do anything. I've never been able to make Greg do anything.
You know what's so bad? The guy should have charged him. He was trying to pay.
Should have took his money and
I'll tell you what, I'm going to sell it to you for half price because I like it.
Oh, God.
That's what he should have
Shannon Holland, I owe you because your brother got me.
And it's not his brother's fault. I randomly picked him. He had nothing to do with it. He just looked like an official guy with a coat on and all.
So y'all were like actively.
You got to give me credit.
Y'all playing this whole thing?
You got to give me
Bubba,
credit.
so you are a jerk. You are straight up Big J.
Could I have picked a better, more official-looking guy, though? Wasn't
I
that
know
awesome?
he did because he looked like he had some money.
And the fact,
to do it. And then the fact he'd use Speedy. I mean,
see, it was perfect.
Sometimes it just comes together, doesn't it?
Now that part was true. He didn't make that up.
He has not activated his iPhone 5. Do you think now he needs to give it to me? Yeah, that's what I think too. Bona fide.
But Speedy, think about you were so
if
happy
they were to
for look
a
minute.
up jerk in the like in the dictionary, and have
so
your
happy.
face sitting right there.
You had to kind of know. I mean,
I didn't. y'all got me, by the way. Y'all got me. Now, of course, you broke the treaty, but you got me.
You should have saw me hiding across the way so you couldn't see me over at ITAC because you kept looking that way, and I was like,
866 We Be Big. What should they get for punishment of the breaking the Gunnersville Treaty?
Oh, we got this story we need to do.
Oh, no,
Speedy,
you just
of
broke the treaty.
Texas high school. You were so happy for a minute, though. I wanted you to be happy, even though it was very short-lived. You were so happy. You hugged that man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. 35 minutes past. Thank you for being here. Big news. If everything is certified and done, according to all the votes in the Electoral College and the popular vote, even though the popular vote doesn't matter, but it is interesting, Donald Trump will serve a second term. So we'll continue to unpack that a little bit today. Buy Raycon.com/BigVox. I mean, right now, you talk about how would you like to go ahead and say, I want to save now. I don't want to have to wait on Black Friday. I don't have to wait on Cyber Monday. What about if they're taking it to a new level and actually doubling down on their amazing value by offering the listeners of this program, the viewers of this program, up to 30% off site-wide right now? Don't have to wait Black Friday. Don't have to wait to Cyber Monday. Let's do it right now. Up to 30% off all across the site at buyraycon.com/bigvox. They have the everyday earbuds with the active noise cancellation, which can be difficult to find and an accessible price point, but now you can. They also feature a 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity, lets you pair 2 devices at once. The quality that you get out there for a lot more money, you can get for about half the price, and then we're getting you up to 30% additional savings. And they do have the 30-day happiness guarantee. You have to love them. If you don't, you'll get a refund. Go to buyraycon.com/bigvox to get these savings. Yes, you're going to love these. The 30% off everything on the site. That you can get up to 30% off everything. So check it. Also use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, college playoff.
Oh, did we have that last night?
Well, Bubba, it's not really the college playoff. Do you know why? So last night,
I'd like to hear Coach Johnson explain it.
Oh, can you imagine?
Still one of my favorite little clips I recorded on my phone one snowy night.
Oh, my gosh. So that was so good. By the way, the view today will have the biggest audience they've ever had.
Oh,
ever.
yes.
For all the kinds.
Yeah, but for the wrong reason.
For the wrong reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so last night, I'm not even going to attempt to understand it. I think I'm just going to enjoy it. They tried to give us an idea, and you said they gave you all kinds of reasons that they said these are the 12 as of right now. Now, wait a minute. But
this is who we think would be the
right.
conference champion based on what we know.
And Greg made a good point. It's really no different than any other year. I mean, because they would have.
I mean, every poll, you're guessing on what you know to that week on who you think's the best. And that can change in a week.
Sure. Right. I got you. Okay.
Come on now.
Does that help you a little bit, Rick?
It does.
Okay.
Look, I actually saw the list. You sent us a picture, and I said, yeah, I think that's right. I don't have a problem. So there's 2 games to be played.
Yeah.
I tell you what I was really interested in, which is another picture you sent us, was the strength of schedule.
Yeah.
With everybody. Georgia having the most difficult schedule. So this is what they put up on the board last night. And I think the way we can live with it is they think even if Ohio State just doesn't lose to anybody but Oregon, they still would be in the playoff. So here's Oregon 1, Ohio State Ohio State 2, Georgia 3 at 7-1 and the hardest schedule. Miami at 4, Texas, Penn State, Tennessee, Indiana, BYU, which that makes me sad. Them in Indiana.
Remember the Todd Detmer year.
I'm glad they're having a good season, but there's something about that, and it really does. And their Y really does like Yahoo. There's the 9. What are the other 2 down there, Adler? I can't see. They're the Notre Dame, of course. Alabama, Boise State. A lot of people trying to get us to like them more than we do. And then down there at 13, you got SMU.
Who beat SMU?
Texas A&M looking in.
Who beat SMU?
Why are you screaming?
Don't holler at me.
Who the hell beat them?
See, SMU, BYU beat SMU.
Undefeated. We're head-to-head. Got a little head-to-head there.
So now
18-15.
Now
a close one.
With Alabama sitting at 11, LSU sitting at 15, this week's game is an elimination game.
Yeah, unless something just horrible happens with other teams, I don't think 3 losses you can make the playoff.
It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's good. You're right. It's going to, and really, we were talking about off air Georgia. They were talking about the path for Georgia. You know, they keep doing what they're doing. Of course, they're fine. But you lose to Ole Miss, you lose to Tennessee. I mean, things look different. So, but as of right now, they've got BYU winning the Big 12 just because of their rankings.
Who, Speedy?
Or BYU.
Yahoo!
They got Oregon winning the Big Ten. That sounds so weird to say. Miami, the ACC, and Georgia, the SEC. So they all get buys to the quarterfinals. So BYU would sit there and wait on the winner of Boise at Ohio State in the first round. Oregon would wait on the winner of Indiana at Tennessee in the first round. Miami would wait on Alabama at Texas in the first round. These are all quarterfinals that they get a bye to. And then Notre Dame is at Penn State in the first round, and Georgia would play the winner of that if it ended today, which it doesn't, and I know that bothers you, Rick. But that would be
I'm fine.
That would be the first round.
I'm just a little. I was excited about the 12-team playoff.
Well, wait.
And I just, if I'm just being honest, I don't want BYU in my first ever 12-team playoff.
I know, Rick.
You
know what they're doing? They're ruining it.
They're ruining it. I can just imagine me walking up to an unknown stadium and somebody said, "I got you a parking pass up front. We've got everything. We're going straight to the club level where there's food behind you the entire game and a bathroom. Who's playing BYU?" I'll be like, "Oh, what?"
Well, it does look like, though, from the way things look, that the Big 12 is probably only going to get one team in, and it's going to have to be the winner of the conference. But we'll see how it plays out. That's it. The first two out is SMU and Texas A&M, but that could change depending on.
So does Georgia play Ole Miss this weekend?
Yeah, Ole Miss hosts Georgia. Yes, it's the 2:30 ABC game.
That might be a tough one.
You'd be hard pressed to get me not to take Georgia.
I know, but let me tell you, Lane, they get fired up at home over there. Look out. Ole Miss is a good team.
No, they are,
They're really
but they
team.
can't ever quite seem
to
take that next step.
You're right.
They just can't quite seem to do it.
They get close, real close.
They get close, and then they'll drop a game, and you're just like, how'd y'all drop that?
Penn State, the SEC. So they have.
they are.
So Georgia, they're at Ole Miss, and then they host Tennessee. They get past that. They got UMass and then Georgia Tech to finish it out.
Somebody's asking, Greg, what's our beef with BYU? We can't explain it.
It's nothing personal.
It's nothing personal.
There's no beef.
I told you, I saw a picture of their stadium in the mountains. It's really cool.
No, absolutely. There's just something about that team. I think we're
There's
all.
certain teams understand.
If we were being honest, and it may be deep rooted. And you know how you have things.
I know.
You know what it is.
It's the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah,
we've never got past it.
When they won the national championship
after winning the stupid Holiday Bowl, because in those days, you talk about a bad system. Conferences were tied to bowl games, no matter how small and keyby, and you couldn't get out of it. So their conference was tied to the Holiday Bowl, and we just struggled. That our national champion that year was
they were only undefeated.
They were undefeated.
Is that the same year Detmer won the Heisman?
Yeah, we didn't feel like they played a tough schedule as some of the other people, and then they go and win the Holiday Bowl. Yeah, we could never get them to play a team that, because of all the ties to these conferences to bowls. How did we tolerate that system?
I'll say that.
It was terrible.
It was
terrible.
That's one of the reasons we moved to the first. What was the two? BCS, and then we went to 4, now 12. I mean, I think all of that added. We had to have that pressure to get here. So
if they can get in the playoff and they can win it on the field multiple games, I'll give them the props they deserve.
But I'm fixing to step out on a limb here. On the Holiday Bowl that year, they beat Michigan, I think. But Michigan had lost like 6 games.
Michigan wasn't even good that year.
They weren't even good. So if people go, yeah, but we played Michigan. I may be wrong.
You're preparing yourself for those emails. You're preparing yourselves for those texts.
But I think they played Michigan. Michigan was like
but it was a bad
loss.
Michigan team. I think they were 500 or lower.
Yeah.
Right now, you're making them below 500.
Yeah, I think they won at least 6 games.
Okay, but anyway, they weren't very good.
No. And I forget who else was in the mix. It would have been Florida State probably back in them days, and they would have drilled them. Miami, somebody.
Well, Bubba, there it is. What doesn't make any sense is Oregon OSU are in the top 4. I mean, they're in the same conference.
Well,
I know it's. Y'all have all made that clear. We know that.
You can't have hypotheticals. We learned that here on the show.
You're right. It'll work.
It's the highest ranked.
It'll work itself out.
It's the 4 highest ranked conference.
It'll work itself out. I'm just a little down that BYU and Indiana are having great years when I finally get a 12-team playoff.
Tough break.
Right, you're right.
But that's all right. That's why you have a playoff. We'll find out how good they really are. There you go. And if they win the games, well, I tell you, whoever wins the national championship will earn it.
Yep.
Huh?
Well, that's the thing. If if BYU gets in, they'll have to prove their weight. They won't be able to get there.
They won't be in the Holiday Bowl.
No.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. Is that what it is? Are we still bitter about the Holiday Bowl?
That's all.
I think so.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Story pretty much sums up what has happened. Let's hear the news story first. Here we go. You're going to love this.
Just after Sunday services, deputies say things at New Welcome Baptist Church got a little out of hand. Lori Miles with the Mobile County Sheriff's Office says an argument started when Pastor Dale Riley handed over a final paycheck and dismissed the minister of music, Simone Moore. Moore wasn't happy with the amount.
At that point, the minister of music, Mr. Moore, tased the pastor, and then other people got involved, and I think it just escalated from that point.
Two of those people were Deacon Harvey Hunt and Moore's mother, Agolia. Miles says amidst the chaos, Hunt stabbed Agolia Moore with a pocket knife.
When too many emotions get involved and you don't let the right process follow, I mean, they should have called law enforcement, and then you could have handled it from that point.
Puritan Gray was at her home at the corner of Dees and Bow Roads, right next door.
I heard a lot of hollering, and we looked out the window. I seen folks running back and forth to the back of the church, and like I say, I wasn't ever expecting nothing, but like it was hot. Someone would have probably fell out or something.
In the 3 years Gray's lived here, she says nothing out of the ordinary's gone on. So she was extremely shocked to find out what really happened right across the street.
I would never expect nothing from a church, any church like that, going on like that.
Two people were taken to the hospital and were released. Warrants for Moore and Hunt on assault charges were signed, but no arrests have been made. Reporting in Grand Bay, Paige Malone, Fox 10 News.
All right, Bubba, let me see. Let me see if I have this right. They went to fire the minister of music at the church.
At the end of the service?
Yeah, which give him his last paycheck and say, "You're done." The fact that he tased the pastor means he carries around a taser.
Right.
Okay.
Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me.
So he tased the pastor, I guess, in anger.
Right.
And then one of the deacons stabs him for tasing the pastor.
Sounds like it.
Now,
Rick, you need a scorecard to keep up with this. Now,
so I'm just going to tase. Where do you find a taser?
Simone
Bubba?
Moore is the minister of music's name, the guy who tased the pastor.
Did you hear this, Greg?
Yeah.
And now get this too. This story says that he ran for the on the Democratic ticket for a Senate seat back in 2010.
Did he really? Oh, I'm sure.
He lost in the primary. I guess he still got some anger.
You tased somebody over that?
I lost. Why do I feel like if you look deep into this church, you'd find all kinds of issues?
Yeah, there may be other issues there than what meet the surface here.
Well, we got.
I love the setup.
We got them running for Senate. We got them tasing and stabbing each other. And by the way, at the church on Sunday.
Yeah, it must
you
have
know
been
what
like
I don't
the music
understand?
selection.
What I don't understand is it says that
Why
he
was
was
toting a taser.
Said he was dismissed and handed his last paycheck.
Yeah, and
did that happen at the end of the service?
Yeah, it must have. But
I guess everybody
the
cleared,
pastor,
maybe?
The pastor probably said, "Hey, brother so and so, after the service day, come see me in my office." So he did, and he says, "Hey, we've decided we're going to go in another direction. Here's your last paycheck." Now they're saying in the story I'm reading now that he wasn't pleased with the amount.
So he said, "I'll tase you."
So, y'all, he had a taser. So he tased.
What, you didn't pull that out of your back pocket?
If I wanted to tase the pastor this Sunday, I don't have it with me at church. I don't even have a taser.
No,
Rick,
no.
you know,
who
What do
carries a
you ask
taser?
your wife?
For all
Hey, honey, give me your taser. I got to go to the office.
For all we
What do you do?
for all we know, which the pastor didn't think through. Part of the congregation's problem with their minister of music is we don't really care that he carries around a taser.
Yes,
right.
That
Rick,
could be
when we
it.
sing out of key, he tases us.
Everybody's scared of him.
He's tasing the senior choir.
You know, Rick, when you would ask somebody to come in the back to dismiss them, I mean that's what you normally would think, but with the fact that several people saw this and was involved, I wonder if it didn't just happen in the sanctuary.
You're right. Good how.
I mean, what kind of dismissal is that? You finish praying, you say amen, and by the way, brother, we're not going to need you anymore. Here's your check. Have a nice life.
But y'all think about it. It got so out of hand. A deacon grabbed a pocket knife, all right, and stabbed
the guy tasing
I didn't know
everybody.
that.
I'm going to tell you this. He
So
needs.
wait a minute.
All right, yeah.
A minister of music tases the preacher, who is then stabbed by a deacon.
Exactly.
Boy, what a glorious day in church that day.
Technically, it was the former minister of music. He'd just been fired a
That's a
moment
good
before.
point.
Now, wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute. Moore's mother was stabbed by the deacon.
What?
Wait, what?
Wait a minute. Why did he stab his mother?
Well, the minister of music's mama must not have taken it well either.
So the deacon stabbing everybody.
Angola Moore, she was stabbed, it says.
Yeah, I'm not.
Just people stabbed. Being tased.
We need a whiteboard to map this out.
Now, if you'll text the word STORE, S-T-O-R-E, the link to the store come up. I want to give you a little store update and a couple of updates that you need to know. In the store right now is the final Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament. This one is celebrating the legacy. It's white. It's got the 30 decade of radio gold on it, 1994 to 2024. And you can, 3 decades of radio gold, you can grab that while they last for your Christmas tree this year on the final year of the show. So that's available. And then I asked yesterday how many spatulas remain, and the number I got was 19. So there you go. So text STORE if you're interested in that. And also coming soon, this year's final CD as well, called Run Me as They Shut Her Down. That's coming up. Couple of things going on this weekend, too. A couple of man churches. James Spann will be in Opelika, Alabama, at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Sunday night. I'll be in Athens, Alabama, at Clements Baptist Church on Sunday night. And also another man church that's going on this weekend, Union Hill Baptist Church, over near in Bessemer, Alabama, on Taylor's Ferry Road. My pastor at Valleydale Church in Birmingham, Mac Brunson, will be speaking at their next man church coming up this Sunday night. If you've never heard Mac Brunson teach, make plans to be there. You're in for a treat. I get to hear it every week. So that's another man church going on this Sunday as well. So this Sunday, we've got Birmingham, we've got Athens, Alabama, and we've got Opelika, Alabama, James Spann, yours truly, and then Mac Brunson. Bubba, we still have other things that we haven't, and the details are at themanchurch.com under events. We also have other clips that we haven't gotten to yet. Do you want to continue to run through some more of these?
We've got quite a little list here, and I think we need to probably catch up with some of that.
Do you want to just we never have listened to or watched Jen Psaki having to call the race for Trump on MSNBC. I don't know that they cut away before Rachel Maddow pulled her hair out, but we do have that clip, right, Adler?
Yeah, so it should be 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I noticed they don't show her during this clip, and I think it's because she's digging her fingernails into her own eyes or something.
Could be. I don't know.
But here it is.
NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House as this country's 47th president. And for so many of you watching right now, that news is, to say the least, a lot to digest. I understand that personally. After he lost 4 years ago, he refused to accept the outcome and incited a violent insurrection on our nation's capital. He's campaigned while facing criminal indictments related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 results, and he's run as a convicted felon. During this campaign, he has also promised to essentially be an authoritarian leader, to use power like no American president ever has before, and wield that power to go after his political enemies.
That's what y'all did.
This is a man who's also bragged about overturning Roe v. Wade and stripping away women's bodily autonomy.
Not true.
He's
Gave it back to the
conduct
stage
mass
where it constitutionally belongs.
Down on the rights of millions of Americans.
Wrong.
It goes on.
Can I tell
You're
you?
wrong.
Can I tell you? She just showed you why Donald Trump won.
Yep.
Because of the absolute ridiculous claims that she's making. He didn't say that. He ain't going to do that. Y'all trumped up this thing that's so ridiculous. Normal people just could not tolerate it anymore. That's the bottom line. He is not. I guess Rachel Maddow or whatever
Maddow, whatever her name is.
She gonna report,
Mad is in there.
She gonna report to the concentration camp she was gonna be put
That's
in.
right.
Remember
I forgot
that?
about that.
Oh, how ridiculous!
Well, somebody put on the text line, which is so true.
So silly.
How ironic, and they have said this, and she was basically saying it. How ironic when you hear all these leftist organizations and people in a leftist party say that Donald Trump won by using fear and anger.
Right.
That's
crazy.
Hilarious.
That's like the person pitching a fit in front of you saying that they're mad at you because you're pitching a fit. what are you talking about?
The entire Democrat platform was Trump, be afraid of Trump, be afraid of Trump. They
fear
had
and anger.
No policies.
Fear and anger.
They had no answers. They had no
screaming
solutions.
at children with their parents are voting for Trump in a stroller.
Yeah.
Have you lost your ever-loving mind? They're the ones that were maniacal through this whole thing. All right, so here we go. We have... you want to do Jake Tapper, shocked by the map, showing that Kamala Harris did not outperform Joe Biden in a single county. Well, there's a reason for that, but a lot of people think. But anyway, all right, so here we go.
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
I
couldn't believe it.
No.
That'd be
Holy smokes.
That'd be zero.
That has to be some of my favorite right there.
Yeah,
That is good.
Jake
That is
Tapper also shocked that Georgia independents have all swung, it appears, to the right after 2020. So here we go.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia, Jake.
Wow.
Wow.
Do y'all not
Jake
understand
got to
why?
say that a lot,
Do y'all not? Here's Jake. More Jake now with Anderson Cooper. They get to talk about the greatest comeback in history.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, wow. The problem, you said it before. Why don't they understand why they didn't?
Yeah.
Why this is not?
Just what Jen said.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shows you why Trump won, and why, or even better, why Kamala lost.
Yep.
And Anderson, it is hard to think of a political comeback that is actually more significant than this one. I'm tempted to say Richard Nixon, but that really falls short of what Donald Trump has achieved.
Yeah, I mean, winning not just the electoral votes, but the popular vote as well.
Does anybody shoot? People saying on the text line, I wonder too. Do y'all think there's a chance the View won't even do a show today?
Well, I asked Greg, do you think they'll roll a best of?
They really could.
Look, they're all going to have puffy eyes. They've been up crying all night.
End of the world. Bubba, if you want more of all this.
There goes your right to vote ever again.
Yeah, just keep it.
Well, we don't have time.
I wonder if Stern and Oprah are
You got to come back and play that.
You know, if you're the left and you claim end of the world and then it doesn't happen, then what do you do then?
Right.
What did you say? Which one did we?
The PBS?
Four. It's going to be very similar to what you heard Jen Psaki say. It's going to be very similar.
Yeah.
It's just going to be they're running all the things, to your point, Bubba, that got them beat.
Yeah, we got to come back here.
And it's going to be on PBS, so we're actually going to be paying for that
Right.
coverage. You know,
Shouldn't if we're all going to pay for a channel or a place for information, shouldn't it be non-biased?
Oh, it should be as
Shouldn't it be
50-50 as you possibly can get. It's never been that way. That's been one of the problems with it, and that's why a lot of the conservatives want to do away with it. I don't know that we need it anymore, really, with the diversity in the media. But if we're going to have it, let's make sure it's a really good, clean 50-50 representation.
Wasn't
I don't have a problem with that.
Wasn't NPR and PBS designed that everybody would have access to information?
Right.
Of course, but we only get one point of view, though.
Right.
So. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives. They're available every day on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. You can also get a best of hour if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. Also a best of hour available on the audio archives, too, on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. It's top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
JC and Reese were in state tournaments. And for those that have multiple kids, you know it's quite a juggling act. Hey, I got to get here. I got to get. I mean, Terry and I got to get a spreadsheet just to know where everybody needs to be. We're calling in, sisters and brother-in-laws and grandparents. It's just a family affair. Yeah. So, we're going from one field with JC, and then we're going to another field with Reese, and Tyler is learning that it's a lot hotter when you watch the game rather than play the game.
Oh, yeah.
So he is being big brother and a great one. He's helping pull coolers and warm kids up and through batting cages to the kids, doing a great job. And Reese, he's in the 7U state tournament for USSSA.
And that's the boss, the little one.
The little one. And
the comedian.
When you go back down to the little one,
as they refer to him as boss.
Yeah, the boss, because if the boss don't approve, it's
he can be a handful.
You know the saying, if mom ain't happy, nobody's happy. When it comes to our kids, if the boss ain't happy, nobody's happy.
What does he do if he ain't
make everybody
happy?
miserable?
He just, like the other day, I walked in the room and I got my 14-year-old and 9-year-old with ice bags on their head, and Reese is over there playing a game. And you go, well, did Reese just beat y'all up? Yeah, he kicked me and hit me.
Hit him on stuff. Yeah.
You know, he's just over there, with a frown on his face playing a game.
But he got the game.
Yeah, he did. In these tournaments, you got Friday, Saturday, and some bleed into Sunday, and you're just playing all the time. And we had our Saturday games, and the field is about a 25-minute ride from home to the field or going back. So you got some time to reflect on what happened, so you're riding with your kid, and Reese.
Don't feel bad, Speedy. We've all done it.
Spit it out.
We've all done it, and we wish it wouldn't work.
Reese, was frustrated as a little 7-year-old could be, and he gets in the car. And he didn't have the greatest day at the plate, and he knows he could, or at least he could do better. And he's just over there frowning. He got his hat pulled down to his nose, in the car.
Red-faced, real hot.
Yeah, arguing with me about putting a seatbelt on, which I don't understand that. And so, he puts it on, and he's going down the road, and there's just, a cone of silence, and I'm just sitting there, and I said, hey, Reese, are you hungry? Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, are you hungry, son? So we're now arguing about are we hungry?
Right.
And so I'm just sitting there thinking, I'm like, what can get this kid motivated? Money. And look, I'm not happy. Let me just announce to everybody here, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. And I said, hey, Reese, guess what? Guess what? He goes, what? I said, you want to make some money? Now the hat comes from the nose, kind of, mid forehead, and he kind of looks over at me. Yes. And I said, $5 a hit tomorrow. And he looks at me. He grins. He goes, are you serious? Come on, Dad. Are you serious? And I said, $5 a hit.
Wow.
And I said, and you make it and win the finals, $100.
Nah.
Oh, yeah, I knew. Wow. Yeah.
Easy.
And I said,
you got to have shoot the moon.
How about this? He went over and looked at the brackets. I think that's a pretty good.
Yeah,
$100.
We threw this team together, have 3 practices. Their team's been together for a year.
Sure.
Pretty well established. But hey, you never know.
If we win the tournament, $1,000
For everybody.
New car,
new bags and bats. And so I say $5 a hit. Here we go.
Did he come alive?
Boy, he came alive. He stood up, perked up. Now he's hungry, wants something to drink, And so
he's back.
So now he goes home. He's telling Mom all about it. So we wake up next day. We got games galore. We're all over the place. And so the family goes to Reese's game first because he starts early. And I get to stay through about the 3rd inning. And he comes up, hits a ball to right center field, and 2-hops the fence.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Why does it work? What does that say about
And
us?
he gets on the bag and he looks up, and it would look like he's giving an air 5, but he's holding up $5. $5, and now all the coaches are going cha-ching.
The minute it came off the bat, that's the first thing that came to his mind.
So now JC's now you got to understand he's in uniform. So now I got to leave and go with him. Terry, Tyler, and the rest of the family, they're staying with Reese in hopes that JC wins so they can catch his game. It's a mess. And so we leave. And I'm like, hey, good luck. Here we go. Keep me updated. The text start bling. JC just hit one down third. $5 more bucks. Reese just hit one down for $5 more bucks. So anyway, then I start getting texts from the coaches. Reese just lost his amateur status. $5 more bucks. And, hit line drive past shortstop. And I'm like, what in the world is happening?
How can that affect hand-eye coordination?
I know.
It shouldn't.
It's all about focus.
No, it's focus. That's exactly what it is.
So game's over. Reese's team ended up not making it to the play-in game.
Thankfully for you, so you can make
you
make
still
your
owed
house
him
payment.
$35.
But did well, and we finished up, and JC had about a 3.5-hour wait till he played again towards dinner time. And so I said, Terry, let's meet back at the house. So we get back in the house, and Reese walks in straight to the kitchen. He goes, Daddy, you owe me $20. And he said, give me my money. And he holds out his hand. And I said, well, son, I don't have $20 on me.
Let's go forward into a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And we say hello and welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience for 30 years plus.
Babylon B having the time of their life today. We've hit you with a couple of their headlines. Here's one. Donald Trump wins third election in a row.
Oh, that's funny.
And I saw in on the text, interesting, it was someone texting from Florence right there. And let's look at this. It says, my name is Kayla Burgess. I'm from Florence, and believe it or not, my husband's name is Blake Burgess. Said he's never gotten a chance to come, but I actually came to the Golden Ticket seats once, but he never has. And today's our 15th anniversary. Could you please give a shout out? How interesting is that? 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Gracious, Greg, their last names are Burgess. Could you sing?
My goodness, Greg, they're probably our cousins.
I did sing.
You hummed, I think.
Wow. That's a different Blake Burgess. That's not my son.
Right.
Sure.
All right. So, Bubba, do you want to go to PBS first?
Oh yeah, let's just run the list here.
Now, remember,
to get these done.
Yeah, remember, PBS is supposed to be the people's voice, just information. You pay for this with your tax
to be
dollars.
sure the truth gets out.
Yeah. All right. So here we go.
I mean, there's a shift right, and then there's a shift to Trump, and shifting to Trumpism. And, you know, I'm looking at a lot of things, especially after David talked about looking at counties and, you know, how Trump is gaining on what he did in 2020. And to me, I'm mystified in some ways. Simply because we're talking about a twice impeached, 4 times indicted, convicted on 34 felony counts, former president. That's one bucket. Then in another bucket, you have all of the things he's been saying on the campaign trail that gets to the decency that the woman was talking about in that last report, and how she wanted to vote for Vice President Harris because she didn't like that Madison Square Garden rally. I am mystified that despite all of that, he's gaining support compared to 2020. And it gets back to something I said earlier at some point, one of the hours ago, that who are we as a country? And we're starting to find out. And from what I'm seeing right now, I'm not sure I like it.
I got good news.
Okay.
Hey, got good news. There's no fence around it. You can leave.
Right, yeah. There's no fence around it.
Also, a lot of black people, a lot of Jewish people voted for that quote unquote Nazi. So everything you're saying is false.
But
again, this is one thing I hope comes out of this election. I wish people would get their terminology right. Okay. You can say a lot of things about Trump. You can say he's a convicted felon. You can say he's a bully. You can say a lot of things. He's not a fascist. You have that definition wrong. He's not a Nazi. You have that wrong. And he's not a Hitler wannabe. You have that wrong.
You're right.
You have said and campaigned that he was going to get his political opponents with the Justice Department. The only time we ever have documented case of that is what has happened now. Okay? So that just doesn't resonate with normal people. They see through that. I don't know. You got so ridiculous.
So stupid.
Your claims and your prosecution got so ridiculous. You pushed a lot of people in the middle over to Trump.
Yeah,
if you'd have left him alone,
right.
If you'd have left him alone, he might have even disappeared off the radar. But you galvanized his support by constantly prosecuting him.
No, absolutely right.
Every charge that was brought against him, his popularity went up. You remember that?
If they could have controlled their emotion and not gone emotionally diabolical, they probably would have never heard from him again. And the other thing is, and a lot of people are texting, this is what's happened to a generation of men that we stopped giving whole milk to and went to soy milk. But I will say, that's a good one. I'm going to say this again. He is saying the things that the people who voted y'all out are saying. I can't believe, I don't feel good about what's happened to my country. Y'all created a country that the people rejected, and now he's got the audacity to say he doesn't like the country Well, you don't like the country because we're not adhering to your demands.
Right.
But what you're missing is the reason why you don't have the votes is most people don't want the world you're trying to force on everybody.
Yeah.
So you can take your don't like this little world and go back to and go live in that world. The people of America rejected your world. Now, you don't have to like the world they want, but they rejected yours. And that's it. And y'all could have won this thing easily. You're your own enemy because you can't control your emotions and you always overplay your hand.
The head of the Democratic Party created the modern day Trump movement.
Yep.
They're more responsible for it than the Trump folks are.
Yeah.
They won't admit that. They can't. In their soul, they can't admit that.
You made him a martyr.
You did. You should have just let him go, but you couldn't do it. You had to keep impeaching him even after he had lost the election. I mean, could not. You had to kick him in the butt on the way out.
Wow.
And everybody remembered it.
All right, Greg, this person from Florence says not only do they have a Blake Burgess, they have a Lisa Burgess. They have a Brooke, not Brooks.
Now.
A Brooks. They have a Brooks singular for the female version of that, and even a Greg Burgess.
Really?
Isn't that weird?
How about that bunch?
All right, so do you want to go to? We got Chris Wallace taking the energy out of the CNN studio. Well, we have Scott Jennings. Don't we have to get to Scott? We've only got about 3 minutes left. In
7 and 8
segment.
can kind of go together because they say close to the same thing.
Yeah, and
Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah.
I saw him last night.
But Jennings is 2 minutes long. So, and the others are 2:19 and one's 1 minute. So we're gonna have to pick one. So you want to pick Scott Jennings, Chris Wallace, or Kevin O'Leary?
It doesn't matter. Any of them will come back and pick the other.
Let's do Scott Jennings.
Okay.
Number 9.
Ready to roll.
All right, here he is.
This is a mandate. He's won the national popular vote for the first time for a Republican for the first time since 2004. This is a big deal. This isn't backing into the office. This is a mandate to do what you said you were going to do. Get the economy working again for regular working class Americans, fix immigration, try to get crime under control, try to reduce the chaos in the world. This is a mandate from the American people to do that. I think I'm interpreting the results tonight as the revenge of just the regular old working class American, the anonymous American who has been crushed, insulted, condescended to. They're not garbage. They're not Nazis. They're just regular people who get up and go to work every day and are trying to make a better life for their kids, and they feel like they have been told to just shut up when they have complained about the things that are hurting them in their own lives. I also feel like this election, as we sit here and pour over this tonight, is something of an indictment of the political information complex. I mean, we've been sitting around here for the last couple of weeks, and the story that was portrayed was not true. I mean, we were told Puerto Rico was going to change the election. Liz Cheney, Nikki Haley voters, women lying to their husbands. Before that, it was Tim Walz and the camo hats. Night after night after night, we were told all these things and gimmicks were going to somehow push Harris over the line, and we were just ignoring the fundamentals. Inflation, people feeling like that they were barely able to tread water at best. That was the fundamentals of the election. And so I think that both parties should always look at the results of an election and figure out what went right and what went wrong. But I think for all of us who cover elections and talk about elections and do this on a day-to-day basis, we have to figure out how to understand, talk to, and listen to the half of the country that rose up tonight and said, we've had enough.
Scott. Let's get him a position.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Hey,
Give him something.
Nothing to add to that.
Imagine him press secretary.
You do a great job.
Somebody's saying that Juan Williams and Karl Rove got into it after the race was called.
Okay.
Because I think Juan tried to play the race card. I think Karl didn't take it very well.
He said, whoa.
He had his board out, and he gave him some numbers, I bet.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I was honored to be there at Dream Ranch with some fathers and sons and having a blast. And then, of course, it started to be real to me that this would be a great birthday present for my father, turning 70 this week. And there's nothing you could give him better than a really first-class deer hunt, and he loved it. So he, he's taken over Dream Ranch, and all the guides, all the owners, everybody's catering to Coach now. So Coach says he's sitting all day. So we get down to the afternoon, and he begins to realize that he has to take some of his heart medicine, and that he didn't have it with him.
Uh-oh.
So he has to call the two-way that he needs to be taken back to the lodge to take his medicine, and he wants to be returned immediately. So he does that, and they turn him around, take it back out there. So now he's sitting there as we all start going back, all the puds, as he called us, and other things.
Yeah.
And so as we're coming out, we're just running deer all over. Because, he's sitting out there ready to go, and we have two ways that you can talk on. And you hear, this. I heard something I could not believe what I was hearing first. Now, my dad doesn't just talk on the two-way like, hey, man, I got a couple, for updates. He gets on the two-way and begins to talk about his whole experience.
I had to turn the radio off.
Look, I tell you what, hey, Will, it's a beautiful place y'all got here. This is just unbelievable. It's great, man. I just love how that swamp back in there, and I tell you what, it's just first class, and sitting here, and it's just a beautiful day.
Are you saying Burgess doesn't like to talk on microphone?
Yes.
It may run in the family.
Undoubtedly, my dad has it.
Yeah.
So he thinks it's a cell phone.
Yeah,
That's what he thinks.
But here it is. He is so in love with where he is, he can't tell them enough how much he loves it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, I heard what I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Hey, Will. Yeah, Coach. I got 3 pretty good bucks out here. They're nice. Now, they look a little young, but I tell you what, there's 3 good ones out here right now.
Good ones.
So then you hear, well, he's going to shoot. And I couldn't believe it. Will? Yeah, Coach. I think I'm going to sit here and see if I can't, might be a big one come out. And I'm like, who is this man? Now he's waiting on, and then a little bit later, Coach, that's you? Yeah. Coach? Yeah. You get him? Yeah, I got a pretty good deer. Hey, Coach, is he, did you look where he went? He ain't go nowhere. I'm looking at him. He's laying right here dead. And Coach, a pretty good deer? Yeah, he's a good one. And so I start thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I mean,
and you aren't out there yet?
Yeah. So
you're on your way.
No, we can. Everybody's got a radio.
Everybody's got
to hear everybody talk.
All right, but this is about the time of the day that y'all have just gotten to where you're going.
Yeah, I had been set down. I hadn't been set down long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Coach, there's people hunting around you. Won't you hold what you got and just don't get up and get to moving around because there's other people you might mess their hunt up. Boy, I sure do want to go look at him. Hey, Coach, if you just give it a little bit longer, then. Well, I can see him. It ain't that far. Coach, if you just hold what you got. You know what I mean? And
I guarantee he was already on his way to it when he called.
That's another genetic trait we see.
Yeah. Well,
no, this one was actually laying there.
This was actually.
I go and spook them, and they get up.
Look. So then you think, all right, everybody else is hunting now. Hey, Will. Yeah, Coach. I was sitting out here, and I tell you what, this place is beautiful. The first 3 came out, and then they came out here and they stood around out there, and I saw pretty good. They pretty good deer. They get a little young, but they good deer and all them. I tell you what, you got some beautiful, beautiful bucks out here, and then I had a couple of does come up around here. Now there is one in here. Looks like that's some kind of. I'm not sure, probably a cull buck, but I tell you what, it's just absolutely beautiful. Well, here comes. We got some more, but I think. There's a good chance some more might come out. Coach, hey, just it's 1 buck a day. Oh, okay. I just if y'all need me to help you, no, Coach, just hold what you got.
You need me to help you.
So. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba rolling along. Trump has won the election. Still trying to see where it all shakes out when it comes to the House. the Senate, obviously, now it appears the Republicans have a majority there, so that's good. And you say they may add to it before the day's done, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so a couple of things that we're hitting on. Wednesday Bible study today, back at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. The archive will be out a little later. Daniel 5 today, the writing on the wall. So interesting that falls on today. But we'll also hit some more highlights from election coverage. Now, we had the text folks, and now Super Tom, the engineer, came in talking about it too. That Juan Williams gets a little upset with this victory, like a lot of the leftists are. He's usually pretty reasonable, or can be reasonable is a better way to put it. Sometimes he's not. And it looked like that he's upset, and Karl Rove is not going to let him get away with it. Others begin to chime in as well, saying, you got a problem with this narrative here. Mm-hmm. And it's like Juan panicked and went back to racism again. So
white men.
So here we go.
The size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led a insurrection against the United States government
didn't happen
is potentially now, like a phoenix, going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable. I'm
gonna skip forward here.
Yeah, it's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
You suggested it's only a quarter of black men.
I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. Yeah. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature
I think they supported him in spite of that.
Yeah, they just won't admit that their policies are flawed and Trump's policies gave people better lives. They just won't admit that.
That's right. They don't have the ability to say, you know what, this is on us. It's our policies, to your point. It's always going to be, hey, the American voter did this or Trump this. It's never looking at yourself and going, we're the problem.
No,
they're going to blame everybody else. Now America bad.
And don't forget, to your point, Speedy, once again, like the left does too many times, takes a condescending attitude. And Karl Rove tries to correct it and say, I believe he got support in spite of his negatives, not because of them. Only the left would think that you supported Donald Trump because of the most negative parts of his being, not his policies, not the things he does well. What they're saying is he acted like a bad person, and most of America, especially white men, are bad people, so they wanted some of that.
Yes.
And the black men who voted for him, they're bad people because they want to be condescending to women and speak ill of people. Really, the reason why Trump is being trashy is because that's what appeals to most of y'all.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
That's it.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
And if
because it's got to be you, can't be them.
And once again, that's why you lost. Yeah, because you can't understand this. And
there's people who might say, I really didn't want to vote for Trump, but like I say, the alternative.
I voted for him yesterday in spite of the things about him I don't like.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people did because we're trying to everything that Karl Rove said. The border has affected people's lives. It's affected black communities in a big way. It has affected everybody. The inflation has affected everybody. Our wages, of course, they got this didn't come out till the election was already underway. Wages across our country are down again. Okay, all of this is bad stuff, and it affects people's real life. Now, I know the left, a lot of y'all warn you don't live in the real world. And you think that everybody's emotions and feelings, that's all everybody cares about. That's not what leads a lot of people. What leads a lot of people are the things they face in their everyday life, and your party has done a terrible job on the things that affect people's lives, and you just had America send you back home.
Yep.
That's all that happened. I'm sorry, that's
and
hard.
it may really be as simple as we said earlier, if I can quote Bill Clinton. It's the economy, stupid. That's really the bottom line in all of this. And the president and the policies that the government makes does affect our economy. It is cyclical to some degree, but it's a combination of the two. And the cycle was down, and people didn't like it.
Right.
They wanted a change.
I'm with you guys. I voted for Trump not because of his personality, not because of the pigment of his skin, but because of his policies. Not pigment, not personality, policies.
Right.
Triple P.
Triple P. Triple P.
Right.
Rick, all of this, too, brings back one of my favorite election comical moments. If we could see cut 11 here in a minute. We might want to wait till the next segment to see it. This is actually from the last election, but people were sending it to me again, and it was so funny. I could not. I mean, it just owns me.
So when because I've got people on the text talking about this. So what we have here didn't happen last night.
No, this is 2016, but it's
2016.
It's still a funny election night dealing with the media.
Yep, it was a historic event.
Yeah. So
you guys want it now? Or?
Well, yeah, we can.
We got time for it?
We got about 40 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
North Carolina shows Donald Trump leading Hillary Clinton in a possible presidential matchup, but that's not the part that's grabbing people's attention today. It is the third-party candidate on that poll, a candidate named D's Nuts.
Oh, no.
Really? A candidate registered as an independent from Iowa has the legal name of D's Nuts.
No.
Public policy polling showed him pulling 9% of the vote in North Carolina.
What about the guy in the background? Keeps going, oh no.
yeah. Oh no. No, seriously, it's his name.
That's his name. D. He's in on it. I mean,
so the anchor has no idea what he's saying. It's like when
the
you
guy off camera does.
It's the birthday list that we gave Dave Fitz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my. We'll come back.
And then he said he pulled those numbers.
We'll take your. Oh, that's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Oh,
Bro,
that's good.
We'll take
that never gets old. I'm sorry. I'm 12.
We'll take your phone
funny.
calls next. 866 We Be Big. We'll go phone trolling and let you come in here rapid fire and make your comments on any story, but we know the big one today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So then we all go, and I mean, and I'll have the pictures for tomorrow's show or maybe later today. But I mean, and that's just what you want. With it being his 70th birthday this week, he shoots a beautiful deer. I mean, big and nice. Well, of course, by the time we go get him, it's dark now. Okay, and so we get there, and I mean, this deer's over 200 pounds, and he's saying that he's going to drag it to the truck, and we're like, Dad, there's people here. Let us get the deer, and so y'all think I can't drag it. No, and he said, if I'd known y'all was going to park trucks far away, I'd already drug it over here, and y'all wouldn't have to walk over here. Well, Dad, there's mud. The truck don't want to come in here and get bogged down. And we actually had to grab it and just start dragging it. So I'm just going to walk behind it while y'all drag my deer. Yeah, Dad, it's a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you one thing, I have no issue dragging it. Dad, we know that. We know. Matter of fact, I think you could carry it on your shoulders. Just walk it out of here.
We're dragging it as a gift to you, not because you can't.
Right. The whole thing had to come get heart medicine. I think that's, And so,
yeah, that's not good.
So anyway, so he's got it set up. Okay, so we think to ourselves, Coach has got his deer.
Right.
But then becomes this first little anxiety from Mr. Greg Burgess, one son, and Mr. Rick Burgess, his other son. There's still a day to go.
Right.
What are we going to do with him?
Yeah, what do we do with him? And so,
Oh, no.
So when we come back, we'll get into that whole mode. What to do with Coach now? Because Coach,
Well, I mean, it's clear to me he hopes he gets a bigger one the next
Right.
day.
Yeah. Oh, and he thought that was the way it worked.
yeah. And I keep trying to tell Will, Ainsworth, who he and his brother run the place. They've been so mesmerized by him now that I've said you really need to have a talk with what he's going to do tomorrow. Oh, you know what? I mean, let's just. I said, no, don't speak in riddles. Don't speak in gray area. We need to lay it down exactly what Coach needs to do. Well, I mean, he could sleep in. Sleep in. Yeah. I'm gonna come to dream, and I said, no, Dad, nobody's saying sleep in. and so we'll come back. We'll tell you how that day started.
Goodness gracious.
And this next story involves the real Greg Burgess, his son Taylor, and Coach.
All in one shooting house.
That was the first mistake.
I reckon who was in charge of the house?
Hey, who you think brought their gun?
No.
You think Coach going out with his gun?
He don't do that.
So we'll come back. Stay up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. America, the lines are open, and we'll go rapid fire on the old folding troll. That means a lot of you can get in and just get your thoughts together, and then here we go. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, none of that. This is all about you making comments, asking questions, and bringing information to the table, and then we roll through the next caller. So if you're in line, it'll move quickly. Unlike some of the places where you voted yesterday, but this time it will move quickly. So, and there's about maybe one line available if you want to move now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. While you're filling up and we're getting you ready to go, simplysafe.com/BigVox. Now look, SimpliSafe. They've gone to another. This live guard protection is, I mean, how cool is this technology where they can see and interact with intruders on your property to keep them from ever entering your home, your office, your lake house, your cabin, whatever the case may be, and they can interact with them. we see you. They can turn on floodlights. They can sound a siren. They can go ahead and call for help. And right now, you can experience this incredible protection, and no one is even close to where they are now. They're so far ahead of the industry. But we're going to get you 60% off. Any new Simply Safe system, it's 60% off. We love these folks. It's the best deal of the year. They've been with us since 2014. And right now, 60% off on a new system at simplysafe.com/bigvox, or just use the link right there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe, like simplysafe.com/bigvox. To the phones we go. Let's start with Emily, Southside, Alabama. Emily, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello, guys. It is so good to talk to y'all. I love the show. I've been listening since I was in the womb.
Thank you.
I wear my Rick and Bubba University sweatshirt to Jacksonville all the time.
Love it.
y'all so much.
Thank you.
When I went and voted at the polls yesterday, I got there early because I had to be at work at 6:30. I was expecting the line to be kind of short. The thing was wrapped around to the McDonald's. It was amazing to see everybody out. I was not expecting such a turnout. And when I woke up this morning, it was like...
Yeah, the turnout yesterday was incredible.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, thank you for that, too. I actually watched a guy yesterday and his mama taking his picture voting for the first time.
Oh, I know. Isn't that cool? I love when people get out and get that first chance to vote. I mean, I remember the first time I went. And, you know, I had got to go with my parents and go in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
They used to let me shut the curtain. You
I
know,
remember
the big
that.
red thing. And I remember being too little to do it. I was like struggling and had to have a little help and watch them do the clicks. You
the
know,
little thing pulled
and
down.
I thought, man, that is so cool. I am so looking forward to that one day. And I remember getting to go and do that. And you never forget. It's one of those things you never forget.
And you got to vote for
Ronald Reagan.
Oh, yeah.
84.
By the way, off topic, anybody checked on Morning Joe today?
Oh. I bet it's
Mika.
bad.
We continue. Let's go to Noah Wetumpka. Noah, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thank you, brother. Yeah. Go ahead.
Man, I've been listening to y'all for a long time. I appreciate what y'all do. I hate it's coming to an end, but everything has to. But my question is, y'all think Sleepy Joe knows that the election's over? Y'all think he's still asleep?
Well, we read the Babylon Bee headline a minute ago that he is actually called to concede the election. I think he thought he was still running, but that's funny. I don't know. We continue.
Well, look, he did a lot. I think Trump should be thankful for it.
Let's go to Alan out of Trussville, Alabama. Yeah. Alan, go ahead.
Guys, a couple things. Where does this rank on excitement on the Rick and Bubba team just coming in on any particular morning? Also, Rick and Bubba, is there a possibility that you guys can interview Donald Trump 2.0 before the year's out?
We're working on that. I think there's a chance if we can get the right person in front of him that could happen. I think the last time I was this excited was 2016.
Yeah, it feels very similar.
No, I'll tell you, I was excited this morning because it was Jersey Day.
Right.
Yeah, you fired up
Jersey Day, baby. Jersey
Day. You know, I'm looking on the calendar here for other exciting possibilities this week. I always get excited when I know Buffalo Wild Wings is coming.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Or an ice cream drop.
Oh, absolutely.
So, you know, that's...
hey, and that could happen at any moment.
Brian and Pike Road. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're good.
We're great.
Just want to ask you real quick. Heard a few commentators touch base on it early this morning when I woke up. That last election, Donald Trump was very skeptic about voting early and absentee ballots. But this year, he said, do it. And they had a whole lot of absentee and early voting. I wanted to get y'all's opinion on. Did y'all think that was a better move this go around?
Yes.
To help him? And
yes, we had all kinds of people we kept interviewing, strategists that said, look, we need to try to change some things that we do. We're not going to get them changed in time for this election. We need to beat the Democrats at their own game. Republicans need to do early voting just like the Democrats, and I think it made a difference.
Well, it's, you know, we've had a lot of debate about it. I do think that the whole process was under more scrutiny this time, which who is against that? You know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Rick? Democrat, Republican, every American should want a fair and accurate election.
Of course.
And the more you can have that, the better. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. And, I've been against a lot of this early voting stuff, but the convenience factor of it, it's probably going to become a way of life. I think that you're going to see that happen.
When I was standing in that line yesterday, I wish I'd had an opportunity in my state to
I did too. Or we're going to have to make it a national holiday or something, because it's very hard with everything that everybody has to do, the jobs, children, the things they're involved in, school, work. I mean, it's very, very hard to guarantee you can get to the poll on a given day.
Tell everybody you got 12 hours, you got to make it happen.
Right. Yeah, it's hard. It's just real hard, yeah.
Steve in Gadsden. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want Bubba to settle an argument between me and my wife.
Okay.
Now, Trump is made president this year. Now, she's telling me he can't run for president again, and I'm saying that he can because it has to be 2 consecutive years.
Correct.
No, that is not correct.
Well, I mean, she's saying he couldn't run this year?
No, can't run again.
No.
Oh, no.
You're
she's
limited.
right. Yeah,
you're
she's
limited
right,
to 2 terms as president, no matter how they happen.
Yeah.
2 total. So
two
Trump
total.
is technically a lame duck.
Yeah.
When he goes in,
he cannot be president again. I thought she was arguing with you that he couldn't do it again this time.
Right.
This time, yes. No more after this. 2 is 2, no matter how it happens.
Yep. And while I certainly appreciate Trump's policies, I was a big fan of Reagan. I think George W. Bush did a lot of good things. I don't want anybody as king.
No.
And that's the only way you can do it. As a matter of fact, I would like to see term limits on all of our Congress, really.
Yeah. To Tim in Huntsville. Tim, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, I was going to try to test Bubba with some good old boy theater, but I know it's a lightning round, so I'm just going to say that I love you guys. You guys are in my heart. You're in my kids' hearts. And go Trump.
Okay. What did he say? He was going to try to.
He was going to do a country song or an ain't to Bubba.
I thought he said good old boy theater.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Was he going to give
gonna
Bubba
read some Shakespeare?
And then did he get emotional a little bit?
I don't know what happened.
The other
I don't
day
know what happened there. I think I something about it. Big men can be emotional. He felt like he was a big guy to me. You know how big guys will get kind of emotional.
Right.
Big
teddy bear.
Ashley in Alabama. Ashley, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, I knew something big was about to happen when I kept seeing the videos and the pictures of the Amish and their buggy caravan with the Trump flags in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, okay, we may have a chance.
Yeah, when we saw all that turnout and the Amish and everybody getting serious, it just felt like that when people act that way in our country, it usually means they're bent on change. And that felt good.
Too, I told y'all last week to watch the campaigns because they spend more money on polling than any of the media people.
Oh, yeah.
Polling is everything to them. And they try to find out what's happening and where the trends are and how they need to respond to that. And when you looked in that last week and Trump was doing New York, he went to Dearborn, Michigan.
I know, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the vice president was in Virginia, which had been in her column the whole time. You could tell something was up. They knew the numbers were not skewing in their direction, and Trump knew he had solid support in a lot of the states, so it allowed him to go out and try to, plow new ground that normally would not be in his column.
Right.
And I think that was very, very telling last week.
I do too. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. You'll have more opportunities to call in before the show is done. Still have more to cover. Still have things from last night that we still haven't gotten to. We'll hit some of that for you as well. And, of course, we're watching what you're commenting on the text line also, which you can text us at 866-932-3244.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've got the president of China here. Is that Ho? Does he pronounce it Ho? It's H-U, but don't they call him Ho?
Yeah, they don't say Hugh.
It's not Hugh.
In
It
the
has to
Asian
be
dialect
Ho.
is Ho, right?
Right, I think so.
That's none of our business.
Is that true? I don't know.
I think that's how they say it. I've been a little bit out of the news cycle the last few days since we're in the fourth quarter of hunting season.
It's so good to be here to meet you, Yankee dogs. Where's Jackie Chan?
Well, I started to say, they've had this problem with people breaking into these state dinners,
Right,
at the
right.
White House,
Yeah,
and last night Jackie Chan broke in.
But
it says he was actually invited this time.
How do you say his name? Because I looked down here because, of course, we had to bring out the world famous cellist Yo-Yo Ma,
right?
To meet him. But his when we say his name's Yo-Yo, they write it in English as Y-O-Y-O for Yo-Yo. And so would H-U actually be Hugh?
I think it's
who.
I think it's Ho.
Is it who? Hu Manching?
Do we dare let Sam try it? Do we dare let Sam try it?
Yeah, let's let Sam try it.
Okay.
Hu
I don't know if he'll.
Who? It's who.
Who?
I don't think they call him that.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
I don't call him Ho.
What I don't remember.
Who Jin Tao?
Let me just say.
How do you say his name?
Let me just say the on the guest list.
We meet first time, you not call me ho.
Last night,
right?
Jackie Chan, pop diva Barbara Streisand. I never really thought of her as a pop diva.
Oh my gosh!
They topped the guest list.
It's like when we can't think of anybody else to send out for America, we send out Streisand. Hey, y'all have heard of her?
The guest list, Rick, included 3 presidents and political and media elites.
Especially if you're a commie. Where's Barbara Streisand?
Really,
Where's
she
Babs?
fits
Yeah, we're not exactly going to introduce her to.
Now, get this. At the request of the Chinese guest, the menu for the dinner honoring the president after a day of frank talks at the White House
I bet
was
those were mean.
basically American, such as poached Maine lobster, dry-aged ribeye, and creamed spinach. They finished the night up with a dessert that featured pineapple and a selection of wines from California and Washington. There you go. They were tearing down some wine there, huh? Yeah, apple pie was also in it.
Where's Jackie Chan? Who's singing with big nose? Where's Jackie Chan?
On the list.
Well, we had another choice. You want to meet Ted Nugent? I don't think so.
On the list of 225 guests for Obama's third state dinner were his 2 predecessors as Democratic presidents, Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter. Well, look, if I'm the Chinese president, I'm anxious to see them because they always come bearing gifts.
I don't want to meet some of the other presidents. I want to meet those presidents that are communists like me.
Now, the other 2 state dinners, now these are above the normal things they do, honored the Indian and the Mexican leaders. Henry Kissinger, the Nixon-era National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, who played a key role in forging relations with the communist giant, was also invited. Guests from the art world and media world included cellist.
That'd be cellist.
Cellist.
It is spelled that way, by the way.
Okay, let me just say this. C-E-L-L.
It
is a cell, as in cell phone.
No question.
I-S-T
How you spell cello?
is ist.
Right.
How you spell cello, though?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We are rolling through the post-election coverage. Trump has been called the victor. We think the Senate rolls over to the Republicans. The House, who knows how that's going to shake out. It may take a few days for that. But
you're going to give you the latest.
Speedy told us a minute ago that the Republicans are up by about 20 seats, I think, but still need to get to 218 for it to be official.
Yep. Right now, just in the barn, Rick, so to speak, in the Senate, the Republicans have 52 seats and the Dems 42. So there's still a lot to be called here if these latest numbers are correct. You have anything different, Speedy?
Yeah, I just they just added one. Dems 43, 52 Republican.
Okay. And there's still several out.
Right.
Now on the House side, there's a lot more that are not reporting yet. There's like 20 seats still up, but the Republicans have the lead.
Yeah, 197 to 177.
So, anybody, what do y'all think? How do y'all think the stock market's going to go when it opens?
Well, the futures were up 1,200 this morning.
Okay,
almost 1,300 at one point. So, it's positive response in the markets. So, of course, a lot of people saying, "Look, Trump's already helping the economy out."
Saw where in Alabama at Auburn University, where they normally roll Toomer's Corner when Auburn wins a victory, they have a backlog of inventory.
On
the toilet paper.
They've been saving it up for years now, as a matter of fact.
So they used it last night celebrating Trump's victory.
Yeah.
So
they
did.
There you go. So, I saw some videos coming from different universities around the country where students were running to the quads of the university, celebrating, screaming, hollering.
Yep.
So, Speedy, what did you say just a second ago in the Senate? I was looking at these numbers from another source. They're showing 52-42. You said it's 52-43?
That's what Fox News has.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 seats still to be called in the Senate race, Rick. So the Republicans look to be in pretty good shape there. In the House, 198 to 180 with 57 still to be called.
Okay.
So, right? Isn't that what you had?
And the magic
pretty
number,
close to
the magic number in the House is 218.
218.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
So there we go. I mean, it's possible. Senate looks real strong, so it looks like Trump will have the Senate. If the representatives come through, he could have all of Congress and the executive branch in on the right.
All right.
As far as majority. So we'll see. And a lot of people are saying that yesterday the strategy of be too big to rig may have also worked. I don't know. Cardi B. Cardi B.
Hey, Cardi B.
You remember us saying, why would you even want Cardi B's endorsement? So Cardi B's upset. I know a lot of you are upset with that. Now, a lot of you on the live programming today, the show will end 30 minutes earlier than normal, so we can get popcorn and get ready for the View. But anyway, so just kidding. Cardi B is not happy, Bubba. She's very upset, and she put some comments out when people were asking her to come to the Trump inauguration. She says, I swear to, in all kind of language, that she's going to mess those people up that said that. Get away from me. I'm sick of you. Burn your blanking hats, blankety blank.
Right.
I'm really sad. I swear once again to little g God, because I don't think she knows the one and only living God. I'm really sad. And then she's taken this one down, but there was something she put up on video. Here it is.
She's got a filter on,
She
too.
has since taken this down. She's doing one of those weird filters where her head looks like an alien.
Yeah.
Which maybe it's not a filter. Maybe she's got a wig off. But here she is.
This is why some of y'all states be getting hurricanes. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't even.
That's so stupid.
The hurricanes happened when your guys were in there.
Yeah.
Carly, I hate to point that out. If we're going to go down that alley.
Yeah.
You are so stupid. You don't know anything.
Yeah. So I don't.
That's all I'm going to say, guys.
Poor Cardi.
That's all I'm going to
say.
say.
So she says that states have been hit by hurricanes because they supported Trump. But as Bubba inconveniently pointed out,
the hurricanes were why y'all were actually in the executive office.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think we can draw a conclusion.
And we've
from
had
that.
hurricanes in just about every administration.
Craziest thing, Rick,
right.
we've had hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico before it was called the Gulf of Mexico.
Yes.
And we will continue to have them as long as this earth persists.
By the way, people are telling me they've checked on Morning Joe, and they're in the full-blown, it's going to be okay, everybody breathe. So now we go to, let's look at cut 8. Chris Wallace.
Yeah.
You know, they brought Chris over to CNN. He's about to drain the energy out of the room by pointing out what we were just discussing, that it may be bigger than the executive office. So here is Chris Wallace, courtesy of CNN.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president. It means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate, which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blank check.
Sweet.
That's
sweet.
Yeah.
Rad.
Bet that went over well in that room.
Yeah.
Boy.
Did you see everybody looking
might as well
around?
have farted right at the desk.
Also, cut 10, people have been asking about this. This is a Trump victory party that was going on, and a classic hymn broke out at this, and people have been sending us something on the text about this, asking if we've seen that. So here it is. They did say, unfortunately, for a while, Trump thought the song was about him. They had to clarify that.
That's a pretty good choir for just a pickup song. You know?
They must have been in a choir on the weekend.
Right. And also, breaking news, Kamala Harris reportedly calling Trump to concede the election. That's happening right now in real time. So that's what's breaking news right now.
This is happening.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're married, you know, if your wife is the host wife for families coming, man, you got to get out of the way. I mean, you got to lay low, and they got to go to the store, and they got to go get this, and I got to get ready, and I got to get this cleaned up, and this is going, and so the boys and I get up, and we're all sleeping late, and Mama's not there; she's already gone out, and we're in there. I'm in there cooking eggs and bacon, and Mama comes in, and she'd even stopped by and picked up something, didn't know I was cooking, so we had great breakfast. And we're fired up, sleeping late, got nothing to do today. And she says, hey, why don't you and the boys, won't y'all just kind of have a day today? And I said, all right, that sounds great, guys. What we want to do, and hey, let's go bowling. All right, bowling. We're going
bowling.
We're going to bowl. All right, done. What else? Hey, let's go to the mall. All right, let's go to the mall. How about that? Sounds good. Hey, let's go to some kind of arcade play. All right, I like that right there. Let's go down to the farm. All right, done. And she says, oh, and while you're out, she goes, now they're older now, so it really shouldn't be that big a deal, and they need something to wear for Easter. And I said, well,
Well, you got to try them on at that age. You don't know what they can wear, what they can't wear. And I got things. Just go.
You got that assignment?
She said, "I'll trust you to get them whatever you think."
Well, mistake.
And I'm like,
"Oh no." Oh my gosh.
So then we get in the van, and we were all excited. You know what I mean? And we were fired up. And then it's like,
because that's going to take all day.
And then you hear from the back seat, "Daddy, is that serious?" And I said, I guess so, guys. Wow, Dad. And I said, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, I said, let's get that done.
And I know you would be like me. The first thing I think is, does Academy have dress pants?
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
by the way.
And then she comes, then there's the one last, hey, why don't you just take them over to so-and-so. They probably have everything there. Now, she hit me with about 5 places. She meant check here, and then you may check other places to get everything that needs shoes and all that. So, all I hear is, well, whatever that one place has got, that's where we're going.
Yeah, you're a one-stop shopper because really you need to get this wrapped up in 2 hours or it ruins the whole day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
that's hard to do.
Yeah. I'm going in wide open, and it's almost like the minute that a dad walks in. It's so rare. Everybody in there almost sends an alarm. Dad trying to buy Easter stuff. Dad trying to buy Easter stuff.
He needs extra help.
He'll believe anything. Sell him anything. So I was like, hey guys, and you know what I ran into again too. This thing that I can't stand. Hey, do you want one of our cards? No, I don't. No, I don't want one of your cards. You save 20% today. Don't want to save 20%. Don't want it. You don't want to save 20%. I don't. Nope, sure don't. Don't want your card. I want to grab something off these mannequins, and I want to be out of here.
Yep.
And so
I want my little boy to look like that mannequin, and I want this young man to look like that mannequin. Where's it at?
So that's the first thing I think of, Bubba. I walk in, and I really thought it was kind of brilliant. I said, look for mannequins. And I go over there, and I go, there's a mannequin about big love size. And I look over there, and I say, y'all got that outfit? She said, well, you can mix and match. I said, no.
Just like
no.
I want my boy, except I want him to have a real face and not be some white face. I want him to look, I want my boy to look just like this mannequin right because that looks awesome.
Rick, it's kind of an outfits to go scheme.
Right.
I would like to see there be a store that had nothing but mannequins.
Right, yeah.
And you just pick which mannequin you look like. There's no racks, there's no clothes. All of it's in the back. Just bring it out.
I said, I'd like to have those shorts and one of those shirts. Does that match? And the woman says, yes, it does match. But we have what type of shorts? Those shorts right there. I want that outfit. So we go and get it. I said, all right, go try that on, Big Love. Do I have to try it on if we go home and these don't fit? Absolutely, you got to try it on.
Yes, you do.
So he goes in there to try it on, and he's in there forever. And I come in, I said, what are you doing? He said, well, I'm trying to get all my necklaces on in my armband. I said, we're trying it on. You don't put any of that stuff on. Well, I want to see what it all looks like with my necklaces and stuff. I said, your mom ain't going to let you wear them tomorrow anyway. That's out.
Right.
You don't get to wear your hip and coo necklaces. That ain't going to happen. You don't get to wear that armband thing you got on either. That don't count. I just need to know if it fits. So I said, what are we doing on shoes? Well, we don't really have a good selection. Hey, I will not go anywhere else. You can go so-and-so. No. What shoes you got? I said, I tell you what, let's go standard boat shoes. And they said, well, you're not supposed to wear socks with those. I said, yeah, my kids' feet sweat, though, like mine. Mm-hmm. And I said, y'all got some no-see-ums? And she said, I'm sorry. I said, no-see-ums.
You got bugs?
And she said, we don't know. I said, some kind of socks you can't see, but they're still covering the feet. Well, we have athletic socks that way. I said, no, you don't have some dress no-see-ums? And she's like, sir, we've never heard the term dress no-see-ums. And I said, all right.
Yeah, I thought it was a bug.
So, I get in, look, so I get in because that's what I always knew the bug is. If you can't see something, it's called a no-see-em. So I said, all right, here's the deal then. We're going to wear these shoes one time. Because if they stink after, I just got to get through Easter. You know what I mean? Sure. So then I turn around. She says, well, what about the younger one? I said, you got another mannequin? And she says, well, no, but she said, we have.
Where's your mannequins at?
And she says, we have something that's similar to what this one has on. I said, well, for the love of all that's good and kind, don't match them. We'll never get out of here. No. So went over and found another mannequin eventually. And I said, that looks pretty good. And so I'm walking around asking, I said, did these match? And
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, that was called for Trump 2.5 minutes into last night's election coverage. As we move into another hour, the gang is here. Speedy, Greg, Adler, and everybody say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Yes, there will be life after the election. It is every time.
Yes.
We will have to come together and try to get something done. You know, the tough part for the Republicans now is to actually get some things done.
No,
and,
it is.
You got to go to work now.
Yeah, and that. Let me tell you this: the same people that went out, which I'm with Speedy, we keep saying record turnout, but we're still 20 million shy of what Joe Biden allegedly had people turn out for him.
Is that right?
I know we can't go back. Look, that's over. That's behind us. Let's move forward. But it is interesting.
Yeah.
Because when you see the alleged votes for Biden versus Kamala and even Trump this time, it just feels weird.
Well, he had right at 80 million, right? And Trump had 75, 77. I can't remember. And you look where they are now. She's got 66.4 million. He's got 71.3 million. So that's obviously very shy of where they were.
Yeah. So anyway, and there's a lot to do. But I will tell all of those, including, of course, Trump won't be coming back, but he'll represent a party. This will be his final 4 years, which I still believe, whether some of you that voted believe it or not or want to believe it, I think the Democratic Party might have said, let's not waste a red shirt. And they sent out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, which has there ever been a less intriguing ticket than Tim Walz and Kamala Harris? That's like you're not even trying.
No. Hey, how uncomfortable, because I would be with that secondhand stuff, the inauguration. Every former living president endorsed Kamala. And they're all going to be there for his inauguration. What's that going to be like? That tension in the air.
It's a little awkward for the Cheneys right now. A little awkward for even the Bush family.
Yeah, the Bush family.
Well, look, even the Bushes were quiet in this. I'll give them this. They didn't work against him. Now some of the rest of them, it's. I don't know that they'll show up.
Not coming out for him was working against him.
Right, but at least he didn't do what the Cheneys did.
Yeah, the Cheneys they were all in.
Come on, he just stayed out of it.
Yeah,
and he has every right to do that. So, and
I'm just thinking all them lined up on the first and second row, and there they stand.
It's going to be it will be very awkward. And also, though, but finishing the point is the same people that is going to put the Republicans in will be the same people that will hold you accountable if you don't do anything.
Oh, yeah.
The reason why everybody's
if you don't get something done, they'll sit at home next time.
Yeah, you better change what we're doing right now. Yep. And you better get something done. All right, we've been talking about all the different meltdowns on the left, which are always a blast. What can you imagine?
Really more fun than the election.
What do you think the woman who screamed at Trump's inauguration in 2016, where is she now? No. Remember the one that was just... just screaming and losing her mind.
Yeah, I saw somebody. You guys know the Scream movies?
Yes.
Somebody put Scream 2 and then put her face on the cover of it. Yeah.
Funny.
So it'll be screaming again, I guess.
Somebody informed me. I believe it or not, I don't dial over to Morning Joe, but somebody says, Rick, just so y'all know, Joe is not there today. It's just Mika. Is that her name?
Yeah, he set out, huh?
So and we're wondering if the View will go on today, our run of best of.
We thought about knocking off early, about 30 minutes here, and trying to get some popcorn. So when the View came on, but we're not even sure they'll be live or not.
We'll see. All right. Well, I didn't know about this one until everybody started texting about it, and it is in this story we had about Joy Reid calling Florida a bunch of fascists because they didn't do what she wanted. But now somebody said that Van Jones actually cried.
Come on. I think he gets emotional here.
Is that a bit of an exaggeration?
I think so.
Okay, all right, here we go.
And then, speaking of exaggerations, here's his stuff.
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to.
Oh,
who know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed.
Oh, gosh.
Who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts.
How are they?
They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace.
You gotta be kidding.
They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare.
This goes on and on.
Wow. I noticed he left out hardworking Americans that don't know how they're going to afford groceries. I think they feel pretty good today.
Yeah, I think all the people he's talking about that can't hold their head up, if they go to the supermarket in the next 90 days, I think they're going to feel better.
By the way, can he show me the black women that get talked down to? I don't see that. I don't see a lot of cowering black women out there.
4 years.
Also, trans kids don't exist.
Right.
That's just confused kids, man. Just let them grow up. My goodness.
Van, also forgetting the 8 years that we had a black family in the White House running the free world.
Yeah.
8 years, 2 terms in a row. And as you said, Greg, Kamala was vice president. Kamala didn't get the votes because she's a bad candidate, not because she is a woman of color.
She could be as white as snow.
She was now she was picked to be the vice president because she's a woman of color. Now that did happen
because that's what he said.
Because he said that. I don't have to speculate on that. That's what Biden told us. So
on a positive note,
your policies were not working. They were not good, and you didn't communicate them in a good way. I mean, the lack of your ability to think on your feet and laugh at the right time, not the wrong time, and just answer basic questions on how you're going to be different than Biden was. And she couldn't do that. And look, it was an incredibly difficult thing. You had to claim success, but run against that success.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I don't know how you would do that. I wouldn't want to have to do that.
Least popular vice president, I think, of all time, or maybe in a generation. But hey, on a positive note for Kamala Harris, I noticed that she did exceptionally well in states that don't require an ID.
All right. Oh, here comes Alt Adler.
I'm just. That was encouraging. I was trying to encourage.
Right, encourage it, right? Yeah. Well, it's this speech that Van Jones just gave is just the same old.
Well, it's a made up.
It's so tired.
It's a made up thing.
Just so
the people he
tired.
just described have a better chance now.
They do.
And when you look at what the elites, what party donated to who, the Democrats receive way more funding from the elites, from big companies, from big corporations.
They're a party of elitists.
Absolutely.
And then when you look at he has nothing to say about how people felt when they were called Nazis, when they were called garbage, when they were called racist, bigots, misogynists, deplorables, uneducated, stupid, dumb. I noticed he left all that out because that's what his party did to a lot of people that voted for Trump. But that's okay. Yeah. But how dare anyone say anything negative about the Democrats?
Right.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. We'll go phone calls again next. America Talking today, as you can imagine. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you, find out what is on your mind if you haven't had a chance to comment today. We'll give you that opportunity when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg Burgess' birthday weekend, and of course we're trying to make a big deal out of it because we know how much he loves his birthday to be celebrated as an adult.
Yes, that's sure.
And we found childhood nemesis and old friend Gerald Cates. Cates, welcome to the program, buddy.
Oh, God.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
I know that you do you want to sing happy birthday to your old little friend Greg?
Listen, I tell you, Rick, it's been a pleasure. I guess for 45. I guess I've known Greg since he was. Heck, I don't remember. I guess for about at least 37, 38 years. It's been a pleasure knowing him. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am pleasured to know that the day y'all celebrating his birthday, there ain't nothing like it. Greg loves a good birthday. He used to come to all my birthday parties. I had him till I was slapped 21 years old. Greg never missed one of them. But what I was wanting to do is, before I got after it this morning, we down here building a cabin, me and Glenn. He knows old Glenn. Y'all know Glenn.
Well, Trucker Newman.
And me and Glenn was wanting to sing happy birthday to him. Now, what Glenn's going to be doing is toting bass. I'm going to be doing a little harmonizing with Glenn, so I want y'all to listen up to that. Hang tight one second. All right, Glenn, here we are. So, I'm going to get Glenn to tell y'all hello and let him tell Greg happy birthday. Hold on. Happy birthday, buddy. All right, here we go. We're going to hold the phone right here. Y'all ready?
Yes, hit it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Greg. Happy birthday, dear Greg.
The phone can't handle it.
Hey, I think you went with
Hey, listen here.
The phone couldn't handle it.
Hey, and another thing that I want to do for Greg, I thought of this little song. I know he loves Baby Blue because he's always loved that little color. And hey, and I was gonna sing this to him this morning. Greg, this is for you, brother, for your birthday. Baby blue was the color of Greg's shirt. Baby blue was his birthday cake too. Like a breath of spring, Greg came around, and I still don't know why. So here's to Greg and his baby blue. He loves to wear every day. Hey, Greg.
Yeah, hey, that was
listen
wonderful.
here, Greg. Listen,
Yeah.
when I hang up this phone, and I don't have phone service down here. I had to stop before we got here to the job. But what I want you to do for me and Glenn when I get back in this truck is talk to us in your commercial voice. Just tell how you,
What'd I tell you?
How you kick ass. We heard that commercial yesterday about Sarah Nissan, and I swear to goodness, it was all I could do to hold it in the road.
You wanted to go buy a Nissan, didn't you?
I said, Glenn, do you think Greg's got a little piece of notebook paper right there glued to his eyes? Leave that off.
Do you love his radio voice? He made you want to go buy a car from Sarah. I know that.
I tell you, the next time I trade, I'm going to Sarah. Even though my Uncle Billy runs Cooper Chevrolet.
I understand.
You know why? Because they treat you like family. That's why.
They do.
They do. Listen. Happy birthday to you, my brother, and I love y'all. Y'all have a good day, man, and I'll check back in with you this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Hey, Cates, he said when they go to the job, if it's anything like what y'all did at his house, you just kind of sit there and Glenn works.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I'm glad to love that. But listen, Rick, let me tell you this. Greg, and listen, Speedy, all y'all, Bubba, y'all get Greg to tell you the story about me and him up under his house over there when he was looking at, when we was going up under there to look at something on his floor. Make him tell you what happened up under there.
I can't tell that on the air, that's for sure.
Hey, you talking about a little temper tantrum that he throws? I ain't never witnessed one by no kid. My kids ain't even never acted like that. I wanted to explain to y'all what happened.
Hey, if you, Kate,
how do we know he'll be accurate?
I lost it, buddy.
Hey, Cates, listen.
In a crawl space.
Cates,
I lost it.
One of the things we do here every day is Greg, has to get everything started in here, commercials, make sure they're in, get us hooked up with a satellite. We'll watch on the TV cameras because he don't know the cameras are showing him down the hall on the screen. And we'll watch him here getting mad and pitching fits and talking to himself, throwing his hands up, pointing at computers. You got to see it.
Thanks for being with us today. 21 minutes past the hour as the show continues to roll on. Your chance to talk. A lot of you have already weighed in today, but another opportunity is now. We'll start with Cody. Cody is in Birmingham, Alabama.
Cody,
welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Cody.
How are you today, buddy? Go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say I'm extremely hopeful for his second term because one thing that I had heard him say was when he became president the first time, he just had a bunch of donors in his ear saying, you know, put this person in this spot, put this person in that spot. He said now he actually understands the politics more because he's been in it, and he feels like he can put a lot better people in a lot better places than he did the first time.
Mm-hmm. No, that's good word. I hadn't thought about that. You know, the first time, you know, he had come back and say, hey, I had some bad placements there, some what he'd call bad hires. Mm-hmm. And now he kind of is a little more savvy on how it all works there. The last time he came in as kind of an outsider coming in, kind of learning the ropes. So hopefully some of the mistakes of the first run he can correct, and then we'll just double down on the good things he did.
Yeah, I hope that's the case.
We continue, 866 We Be Big. Bubba, I think this is Squarehead Hatley. Squarehead. How you doing, buddy?
Actually, this is Squarehead's waiting to the side. This is Barack. I just wanted to tell you that I'm
going to try Barack Obama. Okay.
Yeah, it's not
bad. I got Barack Obama on the line here. Got Michelle with me. Hold on. Here's Michelle. Please, Michelle. She sounds like a rookie. Anyway, I just wanted to express how we're very sad about the election, but we want to congratulate you on your 30 years of radio.
Thank you, Barack.
Hey, but remember one thing. You didn't build that radio show.
Good night.
You okay, Speedy?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
That was terrible. I don't know how.
I've focused on this email now. I've just started reading it.
I wonder, did somebody tell him, "Oh, that's good. You need to call in with that."
What was so bad is what's so terrible about it is, like, if you call this show even one time, it grabs your information.
Yeah.
So I was able to look up and see that it said Squarehead, so I thought it'd be funny to bring Squarehead Hatley in because and I didn't know that he was waiting on to do an impression. If I had looked up and said, "God, do an impression of Barack," I probably wouldn't have taken it.
Right.
So, but I
got you.
Squarehead's what drew me. Let's go to Danny out of Alabama. Danny, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I'm concerned about poor old Maxine Waters, you know. Last time Trump got elected, she got all upset, so I ain't heard anything from her. Y'all know anything about Maxine?
Well, I remember the last time she called for all of her supporters to go out and attack and disrupt and, and then, of course, said that...
that's not very insurrection-like.
No, then turned around and called Trump's followers insurrectionists and that he causes upheaval. But
I guess insurrectionist is in the eye of the beholder.
I guess it is.
She was on UK TV last night and
on what?
On UK television, evidently, and she was calling for more racial division.
Okay,
that's great.
Yeah,
we need more of that.
That's great.
Yeah,
we need more of that.
Do that.
I enjoyed the summer 2020.
Wasn't that great? Throw another log on there.
Let's go to Butch, who says he's calling out of England. I fear this could be another attempt at an impression. We'll see. Butch, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Good morning for you.
Hey, Butch.
Yes, I'm calling about legal immigration. I just heard that little last bit you talked when the guy talked about illegal immigration. My wife and I, now wife, then fiance, back in June of 2020, applied legally. 3 years later, we finally got approval, but we had got married in between. They threw that, made us do the paperwork again, another $650. And now we're waiting for another 9 more months to get in. I can see why people are sneaking across the border. This illegal immigration's got to get fixed. We're hoping now that Trump's in, he'll quit processing illegals and process the legal.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've been saying that over and over again. Our legal immigration needs some work, and it needs to be smoothed out. Let's concentrate there as opposed to just leave the back door open.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know that the government's ever been overly efficient at paperwork. I can't remember.
No.
Do you remember trying to get a CB license back in the day, and it took 6-8 months?
I don't remember that. I remember, obviously, I
know it's a totally different column, but I think the point is valid.
Right. But any kind of government paperwork, you remember the story of, well, you've been there when you own a radio station or you're trying to do a new station and what it takes to get it finally done. And the story about, Mr. Woodard just getting on the train and going to Washington, D.C. because he didn't want to fly and walking into the office and finding his paperwork, moving it from one desk to another. Jeremiah and Helena. Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hey, fellas. So, I mean, mind you, the Republicans will probably have the House and the Senate for the first 2 years, but I'm wondering what's your over-under, let's set it at 2.5, that of the impeachment attempts on Trump during his term.
Well, it will depend.
Yeah, they've already got a few.
If the demos have the House, I don't think they're going to, but if they do, they will try to impeach him before he's even sworn in, and somebody will have to say you can't do that till he's actually president. So they'll and you know, if you believe what Congressman Raskins had kind of let the cat out of the bag, you know, they're going to try to block him even being sworn in. So you're going to have a lot of that. I don't know if the margin of victory will cull them on that, but it'll be the same stuff. They're going to do everything in the book to try to disrupt him.
To James in Mobile, Alabama. James, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Oh, good morning, guys. Yeah, y'all just kind of lead it into my question. I was wondering, you know, me and my wife, we followed it closely and breathed a sigh of relief when Trump was elected. My question is do y'all believe that the Democrats are going to let it go these 2 months, or are they going to try to pull some type of COVID move or something? Do you think they're going to try to stop him in any way, or do you think they're going to give it to him? Thank y'all.
No, I think they will. Somebody in the ranks will try to file a lawsuit saying that he cannot be sworn in as president because of the 14th Amendment, Section 3.
Right.
But I think the courts would probably. They usually don't like getting into these kind of things, and they probably will say, "Well, you should have done that when he filed to run. That would have been a more appropriate time."
Yeah. So
and don't forget, he's supposed to be sentenced on one of the court cases. I think it's November 26th. So we'll see how that goes too.
Yeah,
that'll be interesting.
And remember, they know that Trump can't run again.
If they could put him in jail so that he's in jail when he's sworn in, I think they would try it.
Well,
that's how ridiculous some of it is.
But we've been saying all along, think about how quick we got to this election. Do y'all remember how quick these past 4 years went by?
Yeah. 2 years will fly by.
If they're smart, with someone like him, you just let him finish. I mean, this is he can only do 4 more years, and then you'll be done with it.
You hate to quote Christmas Vacation.
You really do.
Just let him be done.
Really do. We continue. Let's go to Coop out of Robertsdale. What's up, Coop?
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Thank you, Coop.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very, very nice.
How do I, Coop? We'll come back. More to cover on the program today. 866 We Be Big. Obviously, this election is big today.
Rick, there's one set of numbers here that looks kind of strange. I'm going to ask a dumb question. Can I?
All right. We've never stopped us before. We'll be right back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I told Greg the other day, I said, daggone, I said, I ain't heard from Rick in 2 or 3 years. I said, out of sight, out of mind, I know. I said, wait, buddies, Rick can't call. I mean, my gosh, but listen, I'm going to come. Is it this Sunday or the next Sunday you're going to be down there at the bridge?
I think it's next Sunday. Yeah, next Sunday.
Next Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, Hammond's called me and told me it's going to be down there, and I'm going to try my best to bring the whole bunch down there.
Oh, good. Okay.
You want Greg to do a commercial about it?
I could.
I want him just to talk to me like we're talking right now when I get back in the truck, because I got you loud and clear on the radio. I want him just to talk to me and Glenn in his commercial voice.
I don't know if I can do that. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Just act like you just like you just talking to us a little bit. Just give me about 15 seconds of commercial voice, and our day will be made. That's all I want right there.
Well, whatever.
Hey, Greg, enjoy it. Be glad you got friends that love you enough to tell you happy birthday. There's people all over the world would love for somebody to tell them happy birthday.
Okay, from you, that means the world to me, Gerald. You're so compassionate.
Look, you're amongst all those people there, but be glad of it. Enjoy the day, son. It's celebrating your birthday. Enjoy.
Thanks, Gerald. There's Greg's childhood nemesis, Gerald Cates.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
The pride of Calhoun County.
All right, so let's see. Hold on. He's getting back in the truck.
Yeah, give us a
I
little
don't
bit
know
of
what my
commercial.
commercial voice is.
I
It all comes
do this.
natural.
Hey, read
Do
this.
this. Tell us about your laser hair or something.
How about
Yeah.
the painting company? Let's talk about
I
it.
do the painting.
Yeah.
company.
No, okay.
Just read any script.
Do
Yeah,
the painting.
Here, if you could read this, that'd be awesome.
No. Did y'all see me do that yesterday?
All right, go, Greg.
You ready?
Before I read this, James Gregory will be headlining the fundraiser in Tuscaloosa July 15th for temporary emergency services. Salute to our heroes. It will be held at the Zone at Bright Needy Stadium. And also, if you need any painting done, you need to call the painting company. They're Birmingham's #1 painting company. You know where you go to get that? That's gregspainter.com. Call now for more info, gregspainter.com.
Gerald Cates is pounding on the steering wheel
There he is,
right
Gerald.
now.
Check. Hey, two. What's up, gang? Thank you for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for notifications. Yes, I've got a Fu Manchu kind of handlebar mustache going on right now. I do understand it does not look good. It is a joke, but it's Mustache November or Movember, whatever you want to call it. Like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. We love you guys. Hope you have a great day. If your candidate did not win, remember, we're all Americans. We got way more in common than we have not in common. And Trump was in office already, and he didn't, do everything that the mainstream media is saying that he's going to do this time around. We just want secure borders, a better economy, maybe some healthy food to eat. That would be awesome. I need to shut up. Okay, thank y'all for listening. We love you guys, and happy Wednesday. Yeah, just stop talking, Chris. All right, see y'all. Thanks for watching.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Wanted to point you to cbdistillery.com. A lot of you probably, you got a medicine cabinet full of the latest thing that some pharmaceutical company is hawking, and you're like, you know what, this is just not working. It's just not working. Well, why don't you join the overwhelming majority of people? We're talking about numbers like 81% of customers experienced more calm. 90% said they slept better. with products from CBD. Now, these are two non-clinical surveys, but look at those numbers. CBDistillery.com. These are no fluff, no fillers, pure ingredients, effective, the highest quality, clean ingredients. Over 2 million customers, 100% money-back guarantee. If theirs doesn't work for you, you get your money back. And right now, you can secure a 20% discount by using our code BIGVOX at cbdistillery.com. Save 20% with the code BIGVOX, or just use the link we have at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button, and join the over 2 million that are experiencing great results. So, Bubba, I know you had some things.
Questions that we're getting this morning. I started looking at some of these numbers, and I don't know exactly the answer. I have a theory on it, though. If you look at Vice President Harris' total popular vote versus what Biden got 81. I'm gonna round these off to make it easy. 81 million in 2020. She got 66 million, about 20 million less. Okay, with the count so far. But Trump in 2020 got 74 million. And the current total we have now is only 71. So it looks like we had over 20 million less votes than we did in the last election. Now, that doesn't seem possible based on the turnout we've seen. Mm-hmm. But is that because that some of these states are still up in the air and they haven't declared and put their totals?
How many we still got out? 4?
Yeah, you got Nevada, Arizona,
Alaska,
Michigan. It looks like are the 4 that I see, right?
And I think Michigan's getting close. So they got almost 98% in, and he's still almost 100,000 ahead. I think that one's close.
It's razor thin, but maybe that's why they haven't put those totals in. That looks odd. I know, because a lot of people are saying, well, there's 20 million less votes.
Yeah.
I don't know that will pan out when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, don't you think a lot of it just because everything was online this, drop this off last time,
Could be. We saw the stuff with the boxes and all that. Babylon B, how they love a great headline. Election officials assure everybody things are looking good, and you can just go to sleep, and they'll take care of the rest of it overnight. That's pretty funny. So,
yes, it is.
Yeah. And experts confirmed that if you'll just constantly refresh the election map, eventually it'll go the way you want it to.
Yeah, just keep on clicking.
Yeah, so we also stolen valor. Greg, you like this? Man wears I voted sticker that he bought on Amazon.
That's pretty good.
Look, I don't need a sticker. I'm an adult, I don't need a sticker to vote. Although I did drop mine, so if anybody knows where I can get one, please let me know.
Right, yeah, you gotta wear your sticker.
Yeah, that's good.
That's one that you're on the way out. I mean, that's one of those things.
I love getting my sticker.
Gotta have
I
your
wear
sticker.
it proudly.
Florida is...
Trust me, I was in school a long time. I never got a sticker.
No.
I really want my sticker. I lost it. I was really sad.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the answer to all that. I don't know.
Every time our teacher would put something up, this is what you get for good conduct or good grades, I thought, well, there's another one I won't get.
No gold stars.
No gold stars. I remember
none of that.
I remember looking at my classmates that had gold stars, and I was like, I wonder what that would be like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that must feel good.
All right, have y'all noticed this on this? We just did a commercial about the natural products versus all the pharmaceuticals, and we've all. This is not a new joke, but I want to tell you something I heard specifically. We've all done the joke, and I know a lot of stand-up guys have done the joke. When you listen to, say, a 60-second commercial, and about 30 seconds of it is all the bad things that can happen to you if you take the drug.
Yeah.
And they just keep running the list. I'm not trying to say that our society, because we have all said it seems like society is going backward. It's devolving. Right?
There does appear to be a little bit of that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Y'all may have heard this. I think
until now.
I want to say the product is what's that mom is taking? What's that? What's the name of it?
Eliquis.
I think it's the Eliquis ad. And they say the word paralysis, could call paralysis, and then the guy goes, meaning you won't be able to move. And I thought, we know what paralysis is. I mean, the guy gives us the definition of paralysis.
He really wants to bring it home.
Have y'all caught that one?
I have not.
Yeah, taking this product could result in this paralysis, meaning you won't be able to move. And I was like, I think we all know what paralysis means. As our society, do we not know what paralysis
Adler
means?
didn't.
He's a young punk.
Could include loose stools and suicidal ideations. Well,
Yeah.
I'm out.
It's unreal.
I'd rather have high cholesterol. My goodness.
Yeah, that's. Mom told me, she said they were watching, when Dad was alive, they were watching one of those commercials that rifled off. He goes, ain't no way I'd take that. She goes, you actually do. You're on it.
You're on it.
He had no
right
idea.
now.
That's funny. He said, ain't no way in hell I'd take it.
Dad did.
Glad you are.
Dad did everything his own way, even all the things about Alzheimer's that was horrible. Dad still wrote through Alzheimer's in his own way. One of his greatest moments was when he was asking Greg what doctor they were at.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be the doctor that was supposed to be helping him.
Neurologist.
With the neurologist like that. And he, what are we doing here? And Greg was like, we're here to see the doctor. What doctor? And he's like, the neurologist, the one that's trying to help you with he goes, the guy's trying to help me?
Yeah, so with your memory, he goes, my memory? Well, he ain't doing it.
He said, well, I tell you
I
what,
can't say what he said.
he ain't working.
He's like, he ain't getting much done.
He ain't having much success. So
I like when y'all were trying to move your mom and dad, and he had the boat out. And you talk about how he would find things.
Yeah, we have one of
and
them big
put 'em back.
dumpsters, one of them big dumpsters.
Yeah, he would go in the dumpster and find things that you were trying to throw away.
I'd throw it away and he'd get it out. Yeah. And for some reason, there was a boat seat he was fired up about.
Yeah,
he didn't even have a boat.
That's what it was.
Yeah, he wouldn't let us throw away a boat seat. Dad, you don't even have your boat.
He had a
anymore.
boat.
Yeah, but you can use
20
them.
years.
You can use them in a lot of places.
Right.
I understand.
You'd find it in
that.
the garage again. What's
Yeah.
this?
Well, and then
Over in the corner.
And then the thing I always enjoyed, I just enjoyed it so much. Anything that made him angry that he didn't know where it was, I would tell him Greg has it.
Yeah, that thanks.
I did that over and over. Where's my truck? I said, well, Greg's got it for some reason. What's he doing with my truck? I said, well, you know how Greg is. And every time he go, I'll never see it again. where are my fishing rods? I said, Greg's got them. every single time.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I
So,
think I had a couple of.
yeah. Well, yeah. Well, now I will say you did. I noticed you've claimed some stuff of your own.
No, wait a minute. That was fair. That was a flip. We flipped for that gun.
I know, but it just seems it should have been better than a flip. You know what I mean?
Great.
I mean, there's no telling what that gun.
I didn't expect you to
Rick didn't like it because he lost.
That gun is that gun's
You
a
had a
classic
50-50
too.
shot. Well, it really. I'm gonna retire it.
What?
And we'll all share it.
No, I know he'd want you to have it. He thinks you had it anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it was.
I think I did have it a long
You
time.
taking good care of it like he did?
Yeah.
There ain't no
That's one of the
way.
reasons why I don't need to take it because Dad took care of his guns the way Bubba does. You know, but Dad acted like he lived like an only child, but he wasn't one. You know, I mean,
But you got that-
he did not like anybody messing with his stuff, and his stuff was going to be the way it was going to be. And I don't know if he was just, I'd never really experienced OCD. I think Dad had good gracious, everything had to be like, I mean, you don't. Mom said that he would, now listen to this, Bubba, he would come home from hunting. He would go to the washer and dryer, get out the scent block detergent, wash everything he wore that day in the scent. I mean, just got home from hunting, wash everything, put it right back into the scent lock thing he kept it in, and then put it up.
Right.
He washed it as soon as he came back in, every single time.
Well, you don't want anybody messing with it.
And then he would sit down and clean his gun every single time. He'd clean the outside, and he would if he shot, he would clean the inside as well. Every single time.
And he'd get mad at me because I wouldn't tie stuff down in the back of the truck.
my
He
God.
can't come out. It ain't. It's like stuff. And we have to turn upside down for it to come out. You need to tie that down.
Yeah, and there's no way they can come over the side of the truck.
We would have to
Right.
do a flip for it to come out.
It's funny you said that because that's one of my memories. For some reason, I was just riding, but y'all would put me in the truck with him because
He
he
tie
always had
everything
to have his
down?
truck.
Oh, yeah.
And he had the little rope, and you had to tie it down.
Oh, yeah.
And there were sometimes
There's no way it's coming
It was
out.
so heavy you could hardly lift it back
Yeah.
there, and he's like, "Tie that down, boy."
Yeah.
My favorite was,
Yes, sir.
My favorite was he wouldn't write a check for a 4-wheel drive truck, so he would keep his Chevy 3 on the column and put sandbags over the back wheels.
Yeah, he said the weight helped.
It does.
It didn't help that much.
He tattooed giant.
Hey, we had mud grips on the back.
I'm talking about
Not on the front.
I'm talking about military sandbags,
Oh,
like they use for
Duffel
hurricanes.
bag, the duffel bag.
over both wheels.
Well, then if you get stuck though, you take the sand out, throw it in there, and you get out.
That's not a bad
There
idea.
you go.
Dual use, man.
Yes,
That
Bubba.
and kitty litter.
Bubba, you were the son he never had. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you know, when you think of me, you think of a big heart.
Rick, I think of an oversized heart.
Yeah, right. And a man who loves animals.
Yes.
And I've been so clear about that over the years that I see. I'm not like a lot of people who just love to have animals.
Right.
I actually love animals.
Yes, thank you.
Which means I want what's best for the animal, not what's best for me.
Thank you, Rick.
Do you follow that?
Yes, I do.
And
I agree with you 100%. By the way.
Now I will say this: that was tested yesterday. Picking the boys up from school. You know, they hadn't been to school in a few days. We're coming back from Arizona. You know,
you didn't go to sleep in the line again?
No, I didn't. Not this time. Because I learned if you do, nobody will help you.
How about a little beep beep?
Look, I'm a nervous.
Beep, beep.
I'm a nervous wreck since the time I fell asleep in the carpool line, and all these women just circled around me. I mean, I could have had a massive heart attack, and all I needed was somebody to call 911 or maybe give me a couple pumps on the chest. And
you know what it was? They were afraid they'd have to do mouth to mouth. They
you're
just
right.
left you.
You're
there.
right. And all they did was be angry that I was in the way and holding the line up. Just blew past me.
Well, if I'd have seen you, I'd have called 911, told them Shorty's on fire.
So, Bubba, and going back to school, they acted like that was just the end of the world.
I know.
How dare anyone want them to go back to school after they've spent 4 or 5 days at the national championship game?
Yeah. Well, ours couldn't go. They were iced in yesterday.
Yeah, you couldn't get them off the hill.
We only had one car at the bottom, so Daddy got it.
You were so close too of them not having makeup work. Now you're back in.
I know.
My kids, that's the only thing they celebrated. We don't have to do makeup work. Everybody was out. We were out too. So we get in the car, and I mean, it's frigid where we're living. I mean, frigid. So we're rolling home, to get started on the homework, so we try to get done before dark. And so
don't even bring that up.
As we're headed home, we're rolling down the street that we live on, and a car's parked in the middle of the road. And I'm like, oh my goodness, what's going on here? And I look, and a woman is attempting to corral a Yorkshire Terrier, a little Yorkie,
little fuzzy dog,
a little fuzzy Yorkie out of the road, And she just looks
busy road.
She just looks like she's just completely shut down. And I'm like, pick it up. It's not. This is not some dog. Looks like it looks like everybody's picked it up. You know what I mean? It's not.
Shouldn't be scared.
I think the reason why he's by your car is he's saying, "Pick me up."
Yeah.
So she's trying to
They'll probably jump in if you open the door.
You ever seen anybody like I want it to be okay, but I can't seem to resolve it? Pick it up. And and all I can think about is I'm so close to being home. Yeah. Please. I mean,
but a pretty busy road, I take it.
Well, it can be busy at times, but too busy to be sitting in the middle of it.
Right.
Okay. And
right.
And which I thought we're both going to take one right here to the old back bumper if something doesn't happen. So finally,
but the dog wasn't cross-eyed and bug-eyed.
No, it wasn't. Okay. And which means it will not capture the heart of Berlin, Germany.
Right.
So
too normal.
So all of a sudden, and every man knows this terrible feeling because let's face it, women, we are the knight in shining armor. When all of a sudden she makes eye contact with me, and you can just see the calm come over her face, a man's here. And I
send your email to Rick directly. I don't have time to answer today. I'm going to try to get my van up the road.
Well, Greg's screening mine. Greg's screening mine. Greg at rickandbubba.com. Yeah. And especially you, Nana Puddin'. But anyway,
Nana Puddin's mad with me.
Greg got ripped in an email today from a woman calling herself Nana Puddin'.
Yeah.
But anyway,
she wasn't happy.
So anyway, then the boys start. Daddy, you got to get out and get that dog. Daddy, can we have it?
Rick, listen, you tried to save some geese. Now you're saving a dog. What's happening to you?
We don't even know who this dog. This is probably just the person's dog right here at this house we're sitting in front of. Daddy, don't just leave it. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I stop and I get out.
Cold too.
I get out and I go, here I come to save the day. And I'm like, all right, I've got it, ma'am. I know
Yorkie.
I see how you're perplexed on how to get this dog out of the road. So I get out. I get out and I scoop him up, and he's loving being scooped up. And the first thing I notice is he smells good, which most dogs don't.
Right.
So I think to myself, this is a well-kept dog.
Yes.
Now, if we're going to have a well-kept dog, let's get a collar on it. There's no collar on it, no identification.
Probably never goes outside.
Probably never goes
got
outside.
an angel chip or something.
Yeah, you're right.
You have your angel chip breeder with you.
So you know me, how I love animals, and the one thing I wanted to do on my way home from work and picking the boys up, it was to handle a Yorkshire.
Yeah.
So I get out and I've got this little dog, and he's just as precious as or she or whatever. I didn't take time to get that detailed, and so I go to the door and I knock, and of course the guy comes out, and I immediately know that the conversation is not going to be about the dog when he gives me a war eagle. You know what I mean? And I'm like, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Reminder, Wednesday Bible study is back today. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Continuing through the book of Daniel, today chapter 5. If you can't watch it live, catch the archive. It'll be out soon after on our YouTube and our podcast channel. Also, don't forget, we told you today, the Christmas ornament for your tree. It's the Legacy ornament. It has the logo that recognizes 1994 to 2024, the Rick and Bubba Show. If you don't have that, they are selling quickly at rickandbubba.com into the store. And Bubba, I'm sad to announce, I believe we have run out of spatulas.
Oh, no.
I believe they
Not the final batch.
I believe they are long gone.
That's it.
That could have been it.
I don't even think I have one.
Hey, you can't even have a spatula. You don't have one?
I don't think
I don't either.
Well, you and I don't know if you saw it. We just got an email from a family that we've known for a long time, and they just said, "Well, I just went to get a spatula, and they're all gone." And I was thinking, how long we been talking about getting these spatulas?
Oh, I know.
I mean, we've been reloading and reloading and reloading.
We've been playing.
Really, if you don't have one, Greg, that's on you.
It is. You're right.
Thanks, Greg. Do you take full responsibility?
I do. I didn't make a priority out of it.
I would let you have mine, but you don't take care of things.
You're still mad about that coin flip.
Trade you for a gun.
Well, that was on me. I shouldn't agree to that.
But you got that Belgium 12 gauge.
I do. Nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well,
what do you have? What are y'all talking about?
I got a 308 Libra action. That.
Oh, the wood grain.
Oh, the one he always used.
Yes.
Always said, look,
flip a
coin.
No, I like
50-50.
I like the 12 gauge that I got. I do. It's really nice. But I don't.
Wish you used
I don't
it more.
shoot. I don't shoot a 12 as much as I shoot a rifle.
That's a good point.
Kevin O'Leary, Bubba, Mr. Wonderful. We haven't heard from him yet. He tried to warn the nation, saying we got to have something happen with this economy, and he said Trump's plans are better than what the left is doing, and he says that this is an indictment on the state of the Democratic Party, and the faces of the Democratic Party are probably going away now. We'll see. Here he is.
How do you read this? I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to.
Well, we
Yeah,
said,
I heard that too, locally.
How about he's absolutely right. It's what you said on the first hour today, that some of the Democrats they agree with O'Leary.
Yeah, they think they've got out over their skis too far.
Well, but he makes a good point strictly on investment. You can't have a corporate tax rate at 28%.
What about a tax rate on unrealized gains that ain't even made yet?
You can't tax unrealized gains, and you can't do price controls. Those three things, as he just said, are un-American, and they'll destroy the ability to be an entrepreneur, and the entrepreneurial spirit is what drives this country.
Yeah,
and as he said, gives people hope that you can come here and create your own thing too. You have those three things going, you can't create anything.
The government cannot survive. The country cannot survive without private business. That's who they tax to get their money.
I know.
And without that, you can't tax government workers and make the government payroll. It doesn't work. So you have to have things, and it's amazing the government's bigger, more payroll, and they're doing everything they can to kill off small business, which is their bloodline.
I know.
It just does not make any sense at all. If you're in business, you know that.
So this
you
loss,
know it firsthand.
This loss could be a good thing for the Democratic Party, and let's get, like he said, he has to invest. I heard him say this last night before I went to bed. He goes, "I've got to invest in businesses tomorrow, no matter what happens."
Yeah,
and I got to work with whoever's there. But the Democrats have taken themselves out of being a desired party to be in my position.
Now, on the Republican side, now you got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have the tools. You got to see your promises, and I think they have a bigger problem down the road, Rick. We talked about it in the break a minute ago. You've had Donald Trump, who is a populist president,
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Yep.
And the Republicans, while we agree with a lot of their policies, they have historically not had the most colorful personalities.
No.
Trump gave them a populist twist that they have not had since maybe Teddy Roosevelt, okay? Reagan was a populist.
Reagan, yeah.
But now where do you go from here? J.D. Vance is, we've been very impressed with him, but will he have the charisma that Donald Trump had? Would DeSantis have the charisma? The next Republican candidate is going to appear to be boring after watching Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have issues that they've got to do. They're going to have to do a good job and run on their records, I only hope.
I do think J.D. Vance does a better job of presenting some of these things that we seem to, as a nation, all agree upon, or, judging by Trump's victory. I do think, so in a lot of ways, Trump's persona, in a lot of ways, I think, hurt us, too, though. To kind of counter your point, Bubba, of other candidates being boring candidates. I think that he's so easy to vilify because he sometimes says silly things. No. He'll make stupid jokes, and that, I think, has hurt us in the past. So in a lot of ways, because of that, I do look forward to when Trump will not be the person that we have to get behind while still holding some of these policies that
you may want the policies, but I promise you the ralies are going to seem boring.
Very true. Absolutely. And smaller, probably smaller rallies.
Well, I think that you can have both of those worlds without the negative, but you're going to have to be smart on who you put in there. You can't go so far away from Trump that people can't even listen to them because they're so monotone and boring. But I think you can take and I think J.D. Vance may be that, where you can still have personality and excitement, but also be able to communicate in a focused way without chasing every rabbit, and being able to get the narrative clear and easy to
It'll
understand.
be challenging. It can be done, but it's going to be challenging.
It will be.
Yeah.
Can we celebrate last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess.
You can smoke a cigarette, buddy.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
That's fine, man.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well,
But let your hair down.
Sure.
Okay.
And he let you use his jersey.
Hey, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Stop saying we're not. I'm the only one that didn't have a jersey.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.